Chapter 180. The Death of the Zombie Taoist. Bang. 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 The mighty sixth-layer Chi practitioner, the zombie Taoist, was tossed around by the iron plate corpse like a broken sack. He was thrown around until he became disoriented. He only did not die immediately due to the protection of his true Chi. However, he was unable to break free from the iron plate corpse's grip at all. Even if he lived, he would only allow Little and to play with him a little longer. Hao Pingyang and the other two cheered him on in the beginning, but they were all stunned now. Their backs became covered in a layer of cold sweat. As it turned out, the zombie Taoist had not unleashed the power of the iron plate corpse at all. If the iron plate corpse had been so fierce right from the beginning, the five of them would not have been its opponent even if they worked together. Li Qingshan went up and helped Hao Pingyang up. He took out a healing pill and a chi-gathering pill and placed them in his mouth. "Brother Hao, are you all right?" He glanced at Jin Yuan and Jin Bao's corpses. "I've come too late." Hao Pingyang thanked him with difficulty. Afterwards, his lips seemed to stick together, unable to say anything else. The threat of death receded, but pain and exhaustion immediately engulfed him. He was not without fear. "Rest up." Li Qingshan patted his shoulder, and he settled down. He leaned against the stone wall and meditated. Li Qingshan then went to untie He Yishur and Zhang Lanqing. Their situations were similar to Hao Pingyang's. Zhang Lanqing still managed to thank him reluctantly, but He Yishur was directly stunned. His eyes widened, and his mouth hung slightly agape. Escaping from death should have been something worth celebrating, but he was unable to do so. He was tempted to find a hole in the ground and crawl into it. Li Qingshan said to Little, "And that's enough." The iron plate corpse grabbed the zombie Taoist's head and smashed it against the ground. In the beginning, the zombie Taoist struggled desperately, letting out a few roars and roars, but now he did not even have the strength to struggle anymore. Blood spurted from his head. This no longer seemed like a battle. It seemed more like a nasty game played by children. For Little, and she did not have Li Qingshan's abhorrence of evil. She could not differentiate the value of the zombie Taoist's life from the red and black ants. Of course, the zombie Taoist was better. It was delicious and fun. The bell rang, and the iron plate corpse stopped. Little and blinked at Li Qingshan, asking him if he had any other questions. Li Qingshan slid his hand across his neck, but the zombie Taoist was actually still conscious. He raised his bloodied head and looked at Little, and, it's you." Perhaps it was a flash of inspiration right before his death, but he was absolutely certain that the person who had taken away all the corpses in the pit was her. She definitely was not an ordinary child. She was a monster even more terrifying than the iron plate corpse. The voice came to a halt. The iron plate corpse extended his right index finger, and his long metal claw slid across the zombie Taoist's neck. Blood gushed out, but the zombie Taoist was still alive. He stared straight at Little, and his many years as a Chi practitioner had bestowed him with an extremely powerful life force. The iron plate corpse bit down on his neck and drank to its heart's content, draining him dry. The zombie Taoist's blood surged through his body, transforming into new power. The zombie Taoist shriveled up completely, like a box of drinks that had been sucked dry. Hao Pingyang's eyes widened. He basically struggled to believe that the cunning and powerful zombie Taoist, who had almost killed them, would actually end his life like this. Although they were sworn enemies, he just felt like killing him would be a little more difficult. He would not do it in such a rather comical way. But in reality, when the weak faced the strong, they were like toys. In the face of absolute power, there was not even time for their blood to boil. There was only endless despair. Even death was so easy that it was almost laughable. Li Qingshan had experienced this once before, and he swore he would never experience it a second time. This willpower drove him to constantly grow stronger. As the three of them meditated, Li Qingshan patrolled around the zombie Taoist dwelling. The dwelling had been carved out of the natural cavern, separated into many rooms. The stone room with the sarcophagus was only one of them. There was a bedroom, complete with all the necessary decorations. It was not just a simple stone table or stool. There was also a kitchen, complete with a stove and kitchenware. As it seemed, even the zombie Taoist liked to eat cooked food. In the darkness underground, he lived quite comfortably. The remaining rooms were all rooms for refining corpses. They were filled with corpses that were either waiting to be refined or half refined. There were over 100 of them, all of which were turned into flames by little, and the pale flames of bone, smelting, returned the white bone fluid to her hand, merging it with the other bone fluid before being constantly refined by the pale flames. Li Qingshan knew that she was refining a second skull prayer bead. She had benefited quite a lot from the mission this time as well. She had devoured several hundred zombies, Zhuozhibua, and the Black Wolf Guards were equivalent to several hundred ordinary people. She had refined them all, which greatly benefited her cultivation of the path of white bone and great beauty. With the experience from the first time, in addition to the great increase in her own strength, the refinement this time was extremely fast. In an instant, the bone liquid solidified and turned into a perfectly round prayer bead. Together with the other skull prayer bead, they hovered and danced in the palm of her hand. She now had another spirit artifact that she could control. The skull prayer beads were far more agile and powerful than regular mid-grade spiritual artifacts. Regular Qi practitioners would only use a single flying sword or blade. If they split their attention, their strength would plummet, so they would be better off focusing on a single weapon instead. Unless it was a set of spiritual artifacts, but sets of spiritual artifacts were extremely rare, and they were not necessarily easy to control. Every single prayer bead was connected to little Anne's heart. They were basically clones of her, making them extremely nimble. Only when she gathered the minimum of 14 prayer beads would she be able to refine the skull prayer beads of the lowest grade. They were powerful enough to overwhelm Qi practitioners. With the path of white bone and great beauty, a high-level ability beyond the 9 heavens, the greater little Anne's cultivation grew, the greater her strength would grow. Right now, she could easily crush cultivators of the same level. Once she reached a higher realm of cultivation, she might even be able to surpass the limits of cultivation and kill powerful enemies. Li Qingshan rubbed little Anne's hair. I really can't feel proud when I see you. The ox demon's fist of great strength, the tiger demon's fist of bone forging, and the spirit turtle's method of Qi suppression were all extremely powerful abilities. Li Qingshan's strength grew very rapidly when he practiced the 3 cultivation methods at the same time, but he just felt like they were slightly inferior to the path of white bone and great beauty. Little Anne pressed her cheek against the back of his hand, trying to comfort him. Li Qingshan pinched her smooth, young cheek and smiled. I have to continue working hard too. I can't let you surpass me. Let's go. With the abundant rewards this time, his strength would definitely grow by leaps and bounds. He wanted to open the Sumeru ring a little sooner and see just what Oxen had left for him, even though he had already vaguely anticipated this. The 2 of them returned the way they came. Hao Pingyang and the others had already retrieved their 100 treasures pouches. They had finished resting with the spiritual stones and pills inside. Hao Pingyang said, I can't thank you with mere words. If you ever need my help in the future, you only need to let me know. I won't hesitate even if I have to climb mountains of blades or swim through seas of fire. Li Qingshan said, You're too polite, Brother Hao. We agreed on this in the first place. It's just a pity that I couldn't get there sooner. Or, Hao Pingyang's face darkened, and he sighed heavily. As the leader of the mission this time, he felt very guilty over the deaths of Jin Yuan and Jin Bao. However, if Jin Yuan and Jin Bao had not fled in the face of danger, they would have been able to wait for Li Qingshan to save them even if the zombie Taoist had captured them. Li Qingshan said, "My condolences, Senior Brother Hao. After all, there's no such thing as absolute safety when carrying out a mission. You've already done your best." Hao Pingyang passed 100 treasures pouch to Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan said, "That's the zombie Taoist's 100 treasures pouch." Ever since he saw what was in Zhuajibu's 100 treasures pouch, he became extremely eager for the zombie Taoist's 100 treasures pouch. He was also a 6th layer Qi practitioner, so he should not be too shabby, right? "Please distribute it, Brother Hao." Hao Pingyang took out a few books from his 100 treasures pouch before passing the 100 treasures pouch to Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan said in surprise, "What's this?" Surely the zombie Taoist could not be so poor. Hao Pingyang explained, "Originally, everything in the 100 treasures pouch should belong to you, but our mission is to obtain a cultivation method for refining and nurturing corpses so that our masters and seniors can use it as reference. As a result, I'll be taking these books. If you need them, Qingshan, I can make a copy for you when we get out. There are still quite a lot of things in there, but I haven't looked through them in detail." As he said that, he passed the 100 treasures pouch back to Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan turned him down. "I don't need this corpse refining technique. As for the other items, just 30% will do." Hao Pingyang said, "There's no need for that. If you don't want it, then you're looking down on me." Defeating the zombie Taoist this time was basically all thanks to Li Qingshan. Fortunately, he managed to stay alive, so how was he supposed to split it with Li Qingshan now? Zhang Lanqing also said, "Qingshan, just accept it. This is what you deserve." He Isher wanted to say something, but he lowered his head again. He was afraid to say anything. He had been utterly humiliated. He had lost all his dignity. Now, Hao Pingyang and Zhang Lanqing basically treated him like he was invisible. They did not ask for his opinion at all. He felt both wronged and resentful. Li Qingshan said, "All right, if that's the case, then I won't hold back." Hao Pingyang eased up slightly. "Let's go." He stowed the corpses of the Jin brothers into his 100 treasures pouch so that he could take them back to his hometown for burial. Li Qingshan stowed the zombie Taoist's corpse away. That was worth several thousand Qi gathering pills. However, the iron plate corpse could not be stowed away in his 100 treasures pouch, and it looked far too terrifying. As a result, he found the straw cape and bamboo hat and covered it with it, following behind them. They boarded the boat and returned the way they came, going upstream. Although it was not as hair-raising as when they first arrived, the atmosphere was much heavier. Hao Pingyang, Zhang Lanqing, and Zhang Lanqing all had their own thoughts. None of them were in the mood to joke around. Only the flowing water rippled in the darkness, chanting endlessly. Li Qingshan leaned against the side of the boat and admired the scenery in the cavern, but he struggled to calm down. He felt warmth in his arms. Little and leaned against him silently. Li Qingshan smiled at her and stroked her soft, curly hair gently. He sniffed the faint fragrance of sandalwood from her body and gradually calmed down. At this moment, a speck of light suddenly appeared in the endless darkness. Chapter 181. Kill Tutu, Hao Pingyang said. "We've reached the exit." The light added some color to everyone's faces. The light grew closer and brighter before swallowing the boat in the end. Suddenly, their vision opened up. The end of the endless wasteland was filled with red clouds. They had not even been in the cave for half a day, yet they felt like a long time had passed. The three of them were even more touched by this. It really felt like a lifetime had passed. Lao Shishan emerged from the corner and glanced past everyone. In the end, his gaze stopped on Li Qingshan. "Are you Li Qingshan?" This was the first time he had seen this influential figure, who had thrown the Hawkwolf Guard of Jiaping into such a mess. Seeing how he was only a second-layer Qi practitioner, Lao Shishan looked down on him. He was bold enough to oppose Zhuo Zhibua with just that bit of strength. He really was reckless. He probably only managed to kill Qian Yannian out of sheer luck, but he was lucky enough to still be alive and well. Li Qingshan said politely. Subordinate Li Qingshan greets the commander. "May I ask for the commander's name?" "I'm Lao Shishan. You can just call me Commander Lao." Lao Shishan nodded slightly in a rather dignified manner. He furrowed his brows. "Have you seen Zhuo Zhibua, Commander Zhuo?" Li Qingshan said. "I've seen him in the morgue outside the town, but we weren't together. Instead, he entered the cave with these friends of Moism. I haven't seen him since." Lao Shishan sank into his thoughts. He understood that Zhuo Zhibua had come in pursuit of Li Qingshan, but he did not doubt that Li Qingshan had killed Zhuo Zhibua. Even with these disciples of Moism, it was impossible for them to be Zhuo Zhibua's opponent or even the elite Black Wolf Guards. He understood Zhuo Zhibua's strength the best as someone who had endured for many years. He could only attribute everything to the tremendous demon Qi. He had also heard rumors that many powerful demons hid in the depths of the cave. Zhuo Zhibua must have been unlucky and encountered one of them. Li Qingshan asked, "Commander, why have you come here?" "It's obviously to hunt down the zombie Daoist. I'm about to enter the cave to investigate." Lao Shishan also had to prevent other people from suspecting him of being connected to Zhuo Zhibua's death. Li Qingshan said, "Then there's no need for you to enter the cave. Commander, we've already killed the zombie Daoist. His corpse is in my 100 treasures pouch. I'm about to return and hand in the mission." Lao Shishan was extremely doubtful. "What? Just the two of you can actually kill the zombie Daoist?" Hao Pingyang was already in a bad mood, and after hearing this, he became even more displeased. He cupped his hands towards Li Qingshan and said, "Qingshan, we still have to hurry back to report, so we will bid farewell here." Li Qingshan ignored Lao Shishan and cupped his hands in obeisance. "Very well, senior brother Hao, I wish you a safe journey. The mountains will never change, and the rivers will always flow. There will be a time when we meet again. At that time, I will definitely drink with you." Hao Pingyang smiled slightly as well. "All right, it's settled then. When the time comes, I'll invite you to try the fine alcohol of the school of Moism." Zhang Lanqing said, "Count me in as well. We might not meet forever. In the 3rd month of next year, the 100 schools of thought will be accepting new students. Qingshan, you can't miss it." Hao Pingyang said, "If Qi practitioners in the world don't join a sect or the 100 schools, it'll be extremely difficult for them to achieve anything through their own comprehension and cultivation. You're still young and your talent is great. It's a good time for you to join the academy. Perhaps we might even end up as senior and junior brothers in the future." He glanced at Lao Shishan. "If you don't like living here, you can resign from your position in the Hawkwolf Guard and come to Clear River earlier to prepare for the entrance exam." Li Qingshan was touched by his sincerity. "If I can call brother Hao senior brother, it'll be my honor. I'll definitely go next year." Lao Shishan saw how none of these people, including Li Qingshan, took him, a mighty 6th-layer Qi practitioner and Black Wolf commander, seriously, so his face turned cold. "The Hawkwolf Guard isn't a market. How can you come and go as you please? Even if you join the 100 schools of thought, you'll still be a disciple of the school of legalism. What's that got to do with the school of Moism?" Li Qingshan and how Pingyang glanced at Lao Shishan and ignored him. They told one another to take care. Zhang Lanqing clasped his hands. Qingshan, you have to come. He lowered his head the entire time, saying nothing. It was getting late, and the crows were noisy. After the three of them had left, Lao Shishan pointed at Li Qingshan angrily. Li Qingshan, tell me just what's going on. Did you really kill the zombie Taoist? Were you tricked by a substitute? Where's the corpse? Let me examine it. If it was true, then he might have to take a share of it. The contribution from killing the zombie Taoist amounted to 12,000. It would be for the best if Li Qingshan handed it over obediently, and he would accept him as a trusted subordinate. It would be to everyone's satisfaction. Li Qingshan could vaguely sense what he was thinking. He said indifferently, once we return to Jiaping City, you'll obviously be able to see it, Commander. How rude of you! How dare you disobey my orders? Do you have any sense of propriety at all? Lao Shishan said furiously. He was currently at the height of his complacency. Not only had he condensed his sea of qi and reached the 6th layer, but Zhuo Zhibo was probably dead as well. If nothing went wrong, he would take over the position of Black Hawk Commander and become the leader of the Hawkwolf Guard. He would possess great authority from then on. So how could he tolerate such an arrogant subordinate? That's what Commander Zhuo has always said to me. I have a word of advice for Commander Lao. Don't be arrogant when you're successful, or it'll be easy for extreme joy to turn to sorrow. Li Qingshan frowned. These guys, they've become a shitty commander. They don't even seem human anymore. How dare you lecture me? Lao Shishan was furious. He wanted to kill, but before he could draw his blade, his vision suddenly darkened. The tall, large figure in a straw raincoat suddenly appeared before him. Under the shadow of the bamboo hat was a vicious face half covered in metal armor. He was surprised. Zombie, Li Qingshan said, this is an iron plate corpse I stole from the zombie Taoist. It's very powerful. Do you want to try it, Commander Lao? Lao Shishan had some understanding towards refining corpses. This iron plate corpse seemed to be extremely powerful and would not be easy to deal with. His face became uneasy, and he lowered his hand viciously. Li Qingshan, I think the disappearance of Commander Zhuo and the others has a lot to do with you. If you know what's good for you, then we'll count it as our contribution for killing the zombie Taoist this time. From today onwards, you'll belong to me in Jiaping City. I'll protect you. Otherwise, your contribution will just be a bunch of useless numbers. You won't even be able to fork out a single qi gathering pill. Li Qingshan said, half? What a great appetite, Commander Lao. Lao Shishan said, and this iron plate corpse of yours, it's also an item of the unorthodox path. It needs to be taken away by the Hawkwolf Guard, and you'll have to hand over the method of operation too. Li Qingshan said, there's no room for negotiation? Lao Shishan said, there's no room for negotiation. Since you're my subordinate, you have to obey my orders, or I have thousands of ways to deal with you. Don't think you can escape just because you've gone to the 100 schools of thought. I have many good friends who cultivate in the school of legalism. Li Qingshan fell silent, as if he was in thought. Afterwards, he raised his head. Then you can go die. What did you say? Lao Shishan raised his guard, but all he saw was that Li Qingshan did not move at all. He did not even give off the slightest murderousness. He just stared at him, like he was looking at a dead man. Beside Li Qingshan, a white bead flew out of the hand of the handsome child who gave off no aura at all, whistling through the air. The child was actually a 6th layer qi practitioner. Only then did Lao Shishan understand that Li Qingshan did not just want to kill him. He even had the power to kill him. Li Qingshan, you dare to assassinate your superior? Aren't you afraid of being punished by the laws of Great Xia? Lao Shishan summoned a flying blade identical to Zhuozhibua's and shot it out. As it seemed, it was also a standard weapon of the Hawkwolf Guard. Li Qingshan said, "Why the hell would I care about the laws with a bastard like you? I went through so much trouble to kill Zhuozhibua, yet you're still dissatisfied with a ready-made bargain. You even want to blackmail me. Do you really think I'm easy to bully? What bullshit, Commander. I'll kill one anyway, and I'll kill two too. Die." Clang! The flying blade collided with the prayer bead in the air. The prayer bead knocked the flying blade away, but it only paused for a moment. Little N's current strength far exceeded the 6th layer. Lao Shishan had only broken through to the 6th layer recently, so he was still rather difficult to control artifacts. So how could he be Little N's opponent? "You killed Zhuozhibua." Lao Shishan's eyes widened in disbelief when he heard that. He struggled to believe it, and Li Qingshan had clearly made up his mind to kill him, which was why he was bold enough to tell him this. Li Qingshan said, "Why do all the people I consider sparing become so annoying in the end?" Lao Shishan formed a seal with his hand, and the flying blade spun around in the air before stabilizing again, clanging against the prayer bead. Suddenly, another prayer bead flew towards his face. This child could actually control 2 spiritual artifacts. Lao Shishan was surprised, but he did not panic. He knew he could not do anything, so he began to consider retreating. As long as he returned to Jiaping City and reported this to the Hawkwolf Guard, Li Qingshan would become a wanted criminal. Humph! Don't even think about killing me with just 2 spiritual artifacts. He extended his hand and fished out the talisman he had prepared beforehand. He activated it with true qi, but the talisman did not respond at all. He had lost all feeling in his hand. Turning around, he discovered his hand that held the talisman had vanished. Only half of his forearm remained. It was bare, revealing a neat cut of flesh and bone. Little N stood nearby, holding a hidden blade in one hand and Lao Shishan's severed hand in the other. It was currently burning, turning into flames. Li Qingshan was slightly surprised, as he had basically failed to see Little N's movements. Apart from her own speed, which was even faster than the prayer beads, she possessed no aura, no killing intent, nothing at all. It had been a very long time since he had seen Little N fight in close combat. He had never expected her to be so fast. Unless she demonified, it was impossible to grasp her movements. Thinking back carefully, ever since she had gone to the Qian family, Little N had devoured the essence of the flesh and blood of several thousand people. She had used the bones of several thousand people to refine her own bones. Unknowingly, her strength and speed had skyrocketed. The 2 skull prayer beads had been forged from the foundation of her own strength. Although the path of white bone and great beauty had a section on artifact forging, and the various artifacts within it were each more powerful than the last, the fundamental goal was still to strengthen oneself, to forge one's white bones into the most terrifying artifacts in the world. This little girl was usually quiet, but he never thought she would already be so powerful. Moreover, her attacks were steady, accurate, and vicious. She had truly inherited his legacy. Chapter 182. Lao Shishan clutched his severed arm and hurriedly retreated, saying in shock, "What are you?" His eyes stared closely at Little, and wanting to use his aura to lock onto Little, but all he got was a blank space. Little and stood in a patch of wild grass that almost drowned her. She put away her hidden blade and silently gazed at him. The 2 skull prayer beads did not take advantage of the situation to attack and returned to her hands. They were just things used to attract Lao Shishan's attention. The true battle had already ended. Not a single drop of blood flowed out from the severed arm. Soon after, His entire arm lost all feeling, bringing only a slight stab of pain, followed by a deep numbness that spread throughout his entire body. A layer of pale red flames adhered to the severed arm and burned into Lao Shishan's body. Lao Shishan wanted to escape, but fell to the ground, his eyes revealing deep fear. "What did you—" Before he could finish speaking, a fiery light shone from the depths of his eyes, growing brighter and brighter. The flames fiercely spewed out of his eyes, mouth, and nose, igniting him from the inside out. All of the flames flowed back into Little N's palm and then disappeared completely. Everything was as natural as stabbing an ant under a large poplar tree. He then turned his head and looked expectantly at Li Qingshan, almost saying, "Hurry and praise me." Li Qingshan raised his eyebrows and said, "Well done, as expected of my little," and shyly lowered her head, her face blushing as the corners of her lips curled up slightly. Li Qingshan put his hands on his waist. "I really have to work hard. If this goes on, wouldn't a man like me become someone who lives off a woman?" He waved his hand, and true energy swept up the 100 treasures pouch and the spirit artifact knife into his hand. He had originally wanted to return to Jiaping City with Commander Lao and also have someone as a witness to prove that he had nothing to do with Zhuozhibua's disappearance. But since Lao Shishan wanted to be an official, then he changed the story. Commander Lao was worried about Commander Zhua and entered the zombie cave to search for him. In the end, they both got lost in the maze-like underground caves. Regardless of whether you believe it or not, I believe it. In this way, he now had 300 treasures pouches of 6th layer Qi practitioners. There were also the 100 treasures pouches of the 7 elite Qi practitioners. There were a total of 1,000 treasures pouches, a huge fortune. He couldn't wait to return to Jiaping City, so he began to count his gains on the spot. 1,000 treasures pouches lined up, and he couldn't help but feel slightly excited. He first opened the 100 treasures pouches of the 7 Black Wolf Guards. These people had been in the Hawkwolf Guard for many years, and they were all Zhuozhibua's trusted aides. They had always been taken good care of, so they all possessed considerable wealth. It was truly shocking. In the end, he found more than 4,000 Qi gathering pills in Xiananda's 100 treasures pouch. There were more than 1,000 Qi gathering pills. In addition, there were 300 herb pills, dozens of elixirs of higher grades, more than 100 spirit stones, more than 200 talismans, and tens of millions of silver notes. Opening a 100 treasures pouch was not just about collecting spoils of war. It was also a very interesting and special process because all cultivators would view them as the most precious. The most commonly used 100 treasures pouch was in Dong Jin's tiny 100 treasures pouch. So apart from these items that Li Qingshan had noticed first, there were many other interesting miscellaneous items. He could tell a person's temperament and interests by looking at them. The 700 treasures pouches represented 7 different temperaments. There was a zither in Xiananda's 100 treasures pouch. There were also quite a few music scores. This old man's hobby could be described as elegant. If he had not followed Zhuozhibua into the pitch-black underground to oppose him, he would have found a bamboo forest deep in the mountains to play the zither and sing in the spring. Wouldn't that have been great? Gujian was actually a fetish. There were quite a few doo-doo and sweat towels in his 100 treasures pouch. Who knew where he had obtained them from, which made Li Qingshan look down on him. In the 100 treasures pouch of an unknown Black Wolf Guard was a thick stack of letters, which made Li Qingshan sink into his thoughts for quite a while. No matter whose husband or father he was, it was impossible for him to return home anymore. However, Li Qingshan did not regret killing him. Ever since he made up his mind to venture beyond the 9 heavens, the path he walked was destined to not be a path that allowed him to be soft-hearted. If he did not kill, he would be killed. That was the so-called reality. However, when killing had already become a habit, These enemies were basically no longer people in Li Qingshan's eyes. They were humanoid objects that could speak and fight back. All he needed to do was destroy, rip, crush, and pierce through them. Afterwards, their flesh and blood would be devoured by little N's flames, as if they had never existed in this world. At that moment, the blurry figures recovered their concept of humans, which made Li Qingshan sigh emotionally. He maintained his original heart and humanity. The remaining three were the commander and vice commander of the Hawkwolf Guard and the zombie Taoist. The 100 treasures pouches of the 3/6 layer Qi practitioners were the ones that Li Qingshan valued the most. The first to be opened was the vice commander, Lao Shishan. Although he had just broken through to the 6th layer, just his 100 treasures pouch was much larger. It was the size of a small house. However, the items inside were a little lacking. It was not even as much as what Xiananda had, which left Li Qingshan rather disappointed. Because Lao Shishan had always been pressured by Zhuo Zhibua, coupled with the fact that he had just broken through to the 6th layer, he had used up a tremendous amount of resources in secluded cultivation. At the end of the day, the zombie Taoist did not disappoint Li Qingshan. There were almost 2,000 Qi gathering pills and 50 or 60 spiritual stones, which was equivalent to the wealth of 3 or 4 Hawkwolf Guards. However, he did not have any talismans, so he always hid in the shadows and controlled the corpses. He did not have much use for them. Li Qingshan also found something very interesting. It was a strange map that resembled a mental map, but when he channeled his true Qi into it, countless three-dimensional lines appeared on the map. Li Qingshan could immediately tell that this was an underground map. It was over 100 times larger than what Hao Pingyang had discovered with his mechanical insects. If he had not seen it with his own eyes, he basically would have struggled to believe that there was actually such a vast world underground in the pitch-black cavern. As a matter of fact, there were caves beneath his feet in Jiaping City, and the zombie cave was not the only entrance. There was another one near Jiaping City. The cave ended at the edge of the map. Clearly, it was nowhere near the complete map. There were many bright spots marked on it, but he was unable to tell what they meant. Li Qingshan stowed the underground mental map away carefully. At certain times, this map might even be more valuable than a high-grade spiritual artifact. It was exactly this map that allowed the zombie Taoist to move about underground, evade the Hawkwolf Guard's bounty, and appear everywhere at any time to collect corpses. The last one he opened was Zhuo Zhibua's 100 treasures pouch. As he channeled his true Qi into it, the 100 treasures pouch unfurled into a huge space. It was even larger than the zombie Taoist's 100 treasures pouch. It was like a huge warehouse filled with various items. Although Li Qingshan had roughly checked through it before underground, he still felt shocked when he saw it again. This was the largest 100 treasures pouch he had ever obtained. Just the 100 treasures pouch itself was a valuable spiritual artifact, and the items inside were definitely worthy of the 100 treasures pouch. There were over 3,000 Qi gathering pills alone. This was not a particularly large number for someone of Zhuo Zhibua's status, but there were over 700 100 grasses pills. These were probably pills that Zhuo Zhibua used for his daily cultivation, which was why he had not hoarded too many Qi gathering pills. Li Qingshan opened a small bottle. There were transparent pills that sparkled like dew inside. They were actually pearl dew pills that he had ingested in the past. In the past, just a single pearl dew pill had left all the Qi practitioners shocked. However, he opened a few bottles consecutively. They were all pearl dew pills. Counting them, there were 35 of them. The total value of the 100 grasses pills was greater than the Qi gathering pills, while the value of the pearl dew pills was probably even greater. Aside from that, there were a few other types of pills, several dozen in total. They were not labeled. He did not know much about pills, so he could not even name them. However, the auras they gave off were no weaker than the Pearl Dew pills. There was also a spare mid-grade flying blade, 33 mid-grade talismans, 120 low-grade talismans, and 211 spiritual stones. As a result, he had obtained close to 10,000 chi-gathering pills, over 1,100 grasses pills, 100 high-grade pills, several hundred spiritual stones of miscellaneous quality, 7 low-grade spiritual artifacts, 3 mid-grade spiritual artifacts, and several hundred talismans. He did not have to worry about not having enough pills to support his cultivation anymore. If he ate all these pills and converted them into true chi and demon chi, just what level of cultivation would he reach? As soon as Li Qingshan thought about it, he became engrossed. It was a pity that he needed the recognition of a commander at the very least to complete the zombie Taoist's mission. He could not exchange them for pills for now. However, he probably would not be lacking pills for a very long time, so he was in no hurry. He believed that before long, the higher-ups would send a new commander over. However, he had lost 2 commanders and 7 elite Hawkwolf guards all at once. The higher-ups would definitely send people to investigate this matter. He needed to come up with an explanation. When Li Qingshan returned to Jiaping City overnight, it was not even midnight yet. He did not alarm anyone just like before. Returning to the mountain, he saw that his tiny building was lit. He shot a glance at Little and silently approached the building. The aura of a chi practitioner emanated from the building, but it was not powerful, only at the 3rd layer. Moreover, the aura was rather familiar. With a thought, he remembered who the aura belonged to. The window on the 2nd floor was suddenly flung open. Li Qingshan asked loudly, "Qian Rongji, what are you doing in my room?" The person in his room in the middle of the night was actually Qian Rongji. She sat on the bed, meditating, her hair draped over her shoulders, and her clothes were disheveled. It was like she treated this place as her own room. Qian Rongji was slightly surprised before recovering her composure. She smiled. "I was obviously waiting for you." Her smile was charming and soul-stirring. Li Qingshan frowned. "You practiced a sex arts of charm?" And she had even reached the 3rd layer. Qian Rongji said, "It's a pity that I still can't charm you. Also, I've already given this building to me. It can't be regarded as your room anymore." Li Qingshan frowned. "What?" Qian Rongji said, "You don't need to be surprised. That's because everyone on the mountain believes you're dead, for sure. They obviously won't leave this building for a dead person." Li Qingshan said, "But you moved in here?" Chapter 183. Li Qingshan shivered. He felt that he had still underestimated this woman. She was definitely not the kind of person who sold her body to get a higher position, or a pervert with a twisted mind. Even someone like Zhuo Zhibua, who considered himself intelligent, could not compare to her. "Holy Church, what do you want to do? Did you come here just to tell me this? Or do you want something from me?" He narrowed his eyes. This was not the first time that Qian Rongji had provoked his killing intent, but she had always been able to cleverly not cross the line, giving him no reason to kill her. What about this time? Would there be an exception? Faced with Li Qingshan's string of questions, Qian Rongji smiled sweetly and said, "Do you know, the sect is determined to get that child by your side. You don't know the value of the aspect of heavenly fragrance and beauty to the sect. The sect master has already personally ordered that even if it means falling out with the Crimson Wolf commander, Hua Sengzan, we must get that child." And then Li Qingshan's pupils shrank. The sect was willing to go to this extent for little, and then you can't possibly hand over that child. The reason why I came back is because I was sent to supervise this matter. If Zhuo Zhibua cannot hand over that child to the sect, then someone stronger will immediately take action. If they still fail, then not long after, the 4 grannies of the sect, and even the sect master and vice sect master, will come to Jiaping City. I don't know if this information is useful to you. Li Qingshan did not deny it. If he did not take precautions, then he would not be able to escape from this group of experts in Jiaping City. This information from Qian Rongji was extremely important. Why are you telling me this? Haven't you already joined the sect? The sect. Qian Rongji smiled contemptuously. She swayed her hips and walked forward. She hooked her wrist around Li Qingshan's neck and pressed her whole body against Li Qingshan's. Her soft breasts pressed against Li Qingshan's chest and gently rubbed against it. Because I like you more. Li Qingshan, on the other hand, was even more vigilant. For ordinary qi practitioners, when they joined a decent sect, which one of them wouldn't be cautious, as if they were treading on thin ice, how many of them could be as disdainful as she was? This wasn't ignorance or arrogance, but rather she had been scheming from the very beginning. This kind of arrogance that was ingrained in her bones seemed familiar. When she pressed against his body, her soft and tender body exuded a sticky and gloomy feeling, making him unable to move at all. Qian Rongji's feeling was almost the same. The blazing violence in Li Qingshan's body made her feel an uncontrollable danger. Thus, a man and a woman were alone in a room, intimately touching each other, but it was difficult for them to have any ambiguous feelings. They could only feel the unbearable danger and coldness. Li Qingshan said indifferently, "Go away." Qian Rongji took a step back and fixed her hair. "Forget it. What a boring man. This is your reward." Li Qingshan took out a few things from his 100 treasures pouch. There were the aphrodisiac pills and 100 herb pills he got from Zhao Liangqing, the mid-grade flying sword, and the Minor Secrets book. Apart from the flying sword, he didn't need any of these things. Qian Rongji pursed her lips and smiled. "I like generous men." She took these things and first flipped through the Minor Secrets book. When she flipped to a certain page, her eyes suddenly lit up. Then she threw the flying sword back to Li Qingshan. "But I'm not stingy. You won't need the rest of these things, so I'll take them." A mid-grade spirit artifact that ordinary qi practitioners yearned for was casually tossed around by 2 low-level qi practitioners. Li Qingshan said, "Then we'll meet again." Since he had received the news, he couldn't continue to stay in Jiaping City and wait for others to come and capture him. He didn't have the confidence to defend against a large sect that had mobilized in full force without regard for anything else. Moreover, he didn't need to defend against them. With the enormous amount of resources in his hands, finding a place to cultivate in seclusion and raise his strength was the most important thing. As long as he became strong enough, the door naturally wouldn't be a problem. Qian Rongji said, "Wait, do you want to obtain the 100 treasures pouch of a 6th layer qi practitioner?" Li Qingshan said, "Where?" Qian Rongji said, "It's in this Jiaping City. The new floor master of the building is one of my senior martial brothers. Originally, the sect master's intention was that if Zhuizhibo couldn't capture that child, then he would do it. It was as if the dagger had been revealed, and her true motive was finally revealed. This person is the son of the vice sect master. He likes raping women from good families the most. As long as he sees beautiful women on the streets, he'll definitely pay a visit to their homes at night and do whatever he wants with his abilities as a qi practitioner." Li Qingshan asked in doubt. "The Hawkwolf Guard of the Clear River Prefecture doesn't care?" It's very difficult for regular women to resist some of the tricks of the sect. There are quite a few who are infatuated with him. Even the few who are violent have to care about their reputation. They'll threaten them before giving them some silver. If the people don't report them, the authorities won't investigate them. So, of course, they'll just leave it at that. Li Qingshan said, "You want me to help you kill him?" "No, I want you to help me capture him alive. There's quite a lot of good stuff in his 100 treasures pouch. They're all yours. I just want the cultivation methods and the pills of the sect that you can't use, all right?" Qian Rongji asked with great sincerity. Li Qingshan sank into thought. With how generous this woman was, she really did have something else in mind. She actually wanted to use him against a fellow disciple. However, the sect had always been his enemy. He had already made up his mind to personally kill Grandma Shimen a long time ago. Since he was going to run now, it would be nice if he did it first. This was a request that he could not turn down. Qian Rongji said, "On the way here, he kept telling me that he wants to try the aspect of heavenly fragrance and beauty very much. It doesn't matter even if she's a little younger." Li Qingshan raised his head, and red light flashed through his eyes. "Oh, then I'd like to try it." Extinguishing the lights, they left the residence. Qian Rongji saw little and in the darkness, and was immediately stunned. This child is so clean. What she saw was not the aspect of heavenly fragrance and beauty. That strange sense of cleanliness was probably something that only she, who had experienced so much, could sense so deeply. She could not help but extend her hand, wanting to touch little Anne's cheek. However, she stopped herself, as if she was afraid that her own impurities would taint this purity. Little Anne extended his hand and patted the back of Qian Rongji's hand. He did not seem to bear any ill will towards this woman, who had helped him comprehend the path of white bone and great beauty. Qian Rongji's hand shrank back slightly as if she was flattered. Then she smiled. "No wonder you're unwilling to hand her over. Even I can fall out with anyone for her." Li Qingshan said, "You've always been one to fall out with anyone for your own benefit." Qian Rongji asked, "Is there something wrong with that?" Li Qingshan said nothing. Walking through the dark alleys, Li Qingshan stayed very close to Qian Rongji. He did not completely trust this silver-tongued woman. He was worried that he would see the 4 grannies lying in ambush as soon as he entered the building. He needed to maintain a distance where he could kill her in a single strike. Little Anne and the iron plate corpse trailed far behind, ready to provide support to Li Qingshan at any time. The building in the distance glowed with a dim light. It had already been bought back by the sect. It was currently being renovated, and it was about to reopen soon. He listened closely the entire time. Her heartbeat and breathing remained very steady the entire time. She did not panic at all. "Actually, you don't have to be so wary of me. Why would I do something that doesn't benefit me? Even if the sect kills you, they won't give me much of what you have on you. As someone else's dog, all I get is the meat they toss aside. However, I like to eat large, fresh pieces." Qian Rongji licked her lips. Li Qingshan tacitly agreed. He would never have to worry about her taking risks. She would be willing to risk her life for the sect and use herself as bait. Qian Rongji continued, "Actually, if Qian Yannian were willing to pass on the position of sect master to me, I wouldn't have destroyed the Qian family. For the sake of maximizing her benefits, hatred was nothing. But I'll drain the Qian family of everything they have before finding them one by one and slowly torturing them to death." Hee hee. Within her maniacal laughter, she seemed to be venting her gloom that she could not tell anyone else. It was exactly because Li Qingshan had seen through her that there was no need for her to go through the trouble of hiding. They arrived at the building. Li Qingshan erased all of his aura and stepped into the darkness. There were no ambushes or encirclements. The building was pitch black. Only the flying maidens on the ceiling continued to dance. Qian Rongji was astonished. She was clearly within reach, but if she didn't look, she actually couldn't sense Li Qingshan's aura at all. Just this sort of aura concealment technique was a powerful method of subduing enemies. It was perfect for assassination. When they reached the top floor, Li Qingshan sensed a powerful aura. It didn't seem to be any weaker than Zhuo Zhibua's, and he revealed a cautious expression. Qian Rongji gave Li Qingshan a meaningful look, then pushed the door open and entered. Li Qingshan heard the obscene voice of a young man. "Junior sister, you're here. Did you miss me?" Qian Rongji's voice was cold. "Senior brother, don't go too far." This actually aroused a man's desire to conquer more than the flattering voice. The man said, "I want to go too far for you to see." Clothes rubbed against each other, and the sounds of hugging and kissing could be heard. "Senior brother, stop!" Qian Rongji resisted. She hugged the man in her arms and turned around. She looked at the open door, her eyes faintly filled with excitement. Li Qingshan stepped on the thick carpet and walked in without making a sound. However, no matter how thick the carpet was, there would still be sounds. It could hide from ordinary people, but it couldn't hide from the hearing of a sixth-layer qi practitioner. The man was just about to turn around to look when Qian Rongji's red lips kissed his. His consciousness was slightly disrupted, and his reaction was a beat slower. By the time he felt the whistling wind behind him, it was already too late. Li Qingshan covered a distance of several meters with a single step. He raised his hand and stuck a low-grade body-securing talisman on the man's back. He found this talisman in Zhuo Zhibua's 100 Treasures pouch. It was specially used to deal with qi practitioners who needed to be captured alive so that they could be interrogated for information. The talisman released a ring of spiritual light that covered the man's entire body. The man immediately froze, as if he had been frozen by an invisible layer of ice. The man was shocked at first, then angry. He circulated his true qi with all his might and attacked the invisible layer of ice. After all, it was only a low-grade talisman. It could only last for a moment against a sixth-layer qi practitioner, but it was already enough. Li Qingshan moved like lightning and grabbed the man's arm joints. However, a wave of true qi naturally protected his body. It was as if he was grabbing a tough rubber tube, and he couldn't use any strength. Chapter 184. Li Qingshan's eyes narrowed slightly. The muscles on his arm bulged, and explosive power erupted from his hand. There was a crisp crack. The man's eyes suddenly widened. What happened next was extremely simple. Li Qingshan struck out again, and with a series of crisp sounds, he crushed all the joints in the man's limbs. Just when the man wanted to cry out, Li Qingshan grabbed him by the neck. True qi swept up the 100 Treasures pouch on the side and returned it to Li Qingshan's hand. Without their 100 Treasures pouch, most qi practitioners were like toothless tigers. If they could not use their limbs either, they would be like paralyzed tigers. Everything was so easy that it exceeded Li Qingshan's expectations slightly. However, as long as a qi practitioner still had a sliver of true qi in their sea of qi, they would not be completely subdued. He was already prepared for what to do next, but all he saw was the man's face twist in pain. His true qi was in a mess, as if he had lost the ability to fight back, which left him rather surprised. If it were a qi practitioner like Zhuo Zhibua, even swords and blades would not be able to stop him from mobilizing his true qi. Of course, if it were Zhuo Zhibua, he would never have fallen for such a simple sneak attack. Even if he could not sense any aura or hear any sound, just his instincts for danger would be enough to turn the situation around. However, as the son of the sect master, this man had been spoiled since he was young. He had only tasted the gentleness of women. He had never been treated so roughly before, nor had he experienced such pain. It was so painful that he had forgotten everything. The immobilizing talisman lasted for a little longer before the overflowing true qi broke through it. Before Li Qingshan could do anything, Qian Rongji had already taken out a metal shackle and placed it around the man's neck and hands. The shackle flickered. It was actually a low-grade spiritual artifact, and it was a very rare low-grade spiritual artifact for restraining enemies. There was a black hawk engraved on it. In the blink of an eye, the two hawk claws grabbed the man's hands. The hawk's beak held the man's head in its mouth. It was clearly a product of the Hawkwolf Guard. It went without saying that it had come from Zhuo Shibua. The man's already disheveled true qi was locked up by the shackle. Then his eyes rolled back and he fainted from the pain. This left Li Qingshan somewhat stunned. Once again, he realized that a qi practitioner's strength could not be expressed simply by the numbers of the 5th or 6th layer. Willpower, temperament, and reaction speed were all important factors, always an indispensable element. If this man had made sufficient preparations, he would probably be able to display the strength of a 6th layer qi practitioner. He might even be able to use the trump card his father had given him to kill qi practitioners at the same level as him. However, when faced with an unexpected situation, his true strength would be revealed, and he would be unable to withstand a single blow. Qian Rongji said, "Bring him down." Clang! In the underground palace, Li Qingshan was a man with only iron armor on his body. Even if he didn't have a spirit artifact, a 6th layer qi practitioner would still be able to use the artifacts beside him. It was somewhat troublesome. The man roused from the pain. He was quite handsome, except his face was pale and twisted beyond recognition. He said in surprise and fury, "Qian Rongji, what are you doing?" "Why, you're Li Qingshan." He had seen Li Qingshan's portrait before he had set off. Li Qingshan said, "You're a member of the sect, right?" The man said, "I'm Wei Yingjia. My father is the sect master. If you know what's good for you, then release me. I can even spare your life." "What? The sect master? Qian Rongji, you tricked me. You actually made me offend such an important figure." Li Qingshan was shocked. He became fearful and said politely, "Young sect master, why have you come to Jiaping City?" Seeing that Li Qingshan was afraid, Wei Yingjia became even more aggressive. He said, "Hurry up and let go of me, then hand over that child with the aspect of heavenly fragrance and beauty beside you." The fear on Li Qingshan's face disappeared. He exhaled and said, "Looks like I didn't find the wrong person." Even if what Qian Rongji said wasn't completely true, it wasn't far from the truth. However, this guy was the weakest 6th layer qi practitioner that Li Qingshan had ever seen. With this kind of intelligence, he really didn't know how he had cultivated to the 6th layer. Qian Rongji smiled. "What an idiot!" Wei Yingjia seemed to understand something. "Qian Rongji, you traitor, let go of me. Otherwise, my father won't let you go." Ow. He struggled, and pain came from his crushed joints. He fell to the ground, not daring to move. Qian Rongji didn't pay any attention to him. She said to Li Qingshan, "See what's in the 100 treasures pouch." After Li Qingshan checked the 100 treasures pouch, he discovered that there weren't many qi gathering pills, only 500. However, there were quite a lot of spirit stones, more than 300. However, there were actually 2 middle-grade spiritual weapons. One was a flying sword, and the other was a bracer-like bracelet. There were naturally dozens of spiritual talismans, but there was a rare high-grade one. The design drawn on it was extremely familiar to Li Qingshan. It was the strength talisman of Vajra, but the lines were 10 times more complicated. It seemed like it was the life-saving talisman that his father had given him. However, this wasn't the first time Li Qingshan had seen a naked disciple. Even if you had 1,000 methods to put in the 100 treasures pouch, it would be useless if you didn't bring them with you. According to the agreement, Li Qingshan gave Qian Rongji a great formula. Qian Rongji immediately flipped through it. She had just entered the sect not long ago and had only learned a bunch of sect rules. She would need to go through a period of testing before she would receive the true teachings. But now, not even 2 hours had passed, and she had gathered both great and small formulas. She had found a path to the highest realm of qi practitioners. Li Qingshan took out a dozen bottles of passion pills and calming pills. These were pills used by the sect for cultivation, and he gave them to Qian Rongji. Qian Rongji accepted them with a smile. When Wei Yingjie saw the two of them divide his things in front of him, he couldn't help but be enraged. Ignoring the pain, a fierce wave of true qi surged out from his dantian's qi si, rushing towards Li Qingshan and Qian Rongji like a raging wave. In the small stone room, a fierce wind howled. This was even with Jia Ying's restraint. Otherwise, it would have been even worse. Qian Rongji pulled out the water splitter and slashed downwards, splitting the true qi into two. The true qi hit the stone wall behind her, and a layer of fine sand fell down. Li Qingshan, on the other hand, did not move at all, allowing the true qi to hit his body. His body's extremely pure true qi automatically protected his body, and his physique was also strong, so he was not injured at all. If he had the coordination of his hands and feet to launch a move, it might have been a bit of a threat. But for something like this, it was completely meaningless, and instead, it was a waste of true qi. Li Qingshan suddenly took out a bottle of medicinal pills. This is... Qian Rongji's eyes lit up, and she said, "This is also a special medicinal pill of the sect. It can purify true qi, and is a rare spirit medicine." Li Qingshan said, "If you say that, aren't you afraid that I'll snatch it?" Qian Rongji answered with a question, "Can you?" "I won't." Li Qingshan threw the pill of spring breeze and rain to Qian Rongji, not only because of the promise, but also because his true qi had been purified by the Sumru ring, so he did not need this pill of spring breeze and rain at all. Qian Rongji smiled sweetly. This pill of spring breeze and rain was an extremely important part of her plan. "So I'm willing to work with you, and I might even be able to help you in the future. If you ever want to deal with the sect, feel free to find me. I'll definitely help you, and I'll just follow you and eat some leftovers." Li Qingshan felt that she had a kind of magnanimity that was rarely seen in normal girls. She was vicious and merciless and had lofty ambitions, compared to those petty people who only knew how to scheme for personal gain. People like her were 100 times scarier. Leftovers? She was not willing to crawl on the ground forever, becoming a poisonous snake. She would continue to climb upwards, climb to the skies, and become a poisonous dragon that could overturn heaven and earth. He had a vague feeling that the sect might end up like the Qian family, destroyed because of this woman. Based on the theory that the enemy of my enemy is my friend, perhaps she really might be able to help him, but he would never like a person like that. After splitting up the items, he stowed his 100 treasures pouch into his bosom and left cleanly. He did not want to stay with this woman. After Li Qingshan's departure, Qian Rongji's expression eased up. She also felt much more comfortable. She sat down on the ground and flipped through the 2 cultivation methods. At this moment, Wei Yingjie also seemed to understand his current situation. He pleaded, "Rongji, we're senior and junior, so why must you treat me like this? If you don't want to be a courtesan, then you don't have to be one. I'll go talk to my father." The sect's Qian Rongji had returned. Apart from asking her to help observe Li Qingshan's movements, she actually wanted her to take over Forong's position as courtesan. This was not an intentional insult. The women of the sect had to rely on the vitality of men to cultivate. However, it was also a test and test. Most women were unwilling to end up in a brothel and live a life where their lips were tasted by countless people. Only by completely accepting the sex ideals could they truly inherit their legacy. Before Wei Yingjie, Qian Rongji was rather noble and cold, which made him think she had betrayed him because she was dissatisfied with this. Qian Rongji did not even raise her head. She said indifferently, "Being a courtesan is nothing, but if I just rely on the vitality of regular men to pass my days, and I have to be squeezed dry by you, just when will I ever succeed?" In the sect, there was a master-servant relationship between male and female dual cultivation. The weaker one would definitely suffer some losses. If they followed someone else's rules and crawled step by step, they would be under someone else's control for the rest of their life. Wei Yingjie was taken aback. He forced out a smile. "You find your cultivation slow? I'll ask my father to give you more medicinal pills. He's in charge of all affairs in the sect." In his heart, however, he was thinking about how he was going to hack Qian Rongji into 1,000 pieces after he escaped. However, his acting skills were really mediocre, and Qian Rongji did not see his clumsy acting skills at all. Qian Rongji said, "That's right. If that old thing didn't make the women in the sect your human cauldrons and give you good medicinal pills, how could a piece of trash like you cultivate to the 6th layer of the aura refining realm? I heard that there's a very good little technique in the formula. I found it, as expected. Only when the two formulas are combined will it be complete." Wei Yingjie suddenly seemed to understand something. Fear appeared on his face. "You're going to use the vitality devouring technique." This was an extremely domineering technique. It was also a taboo in the sect. Zhao Liangqing had once wanted to use it on those kidnapped women. Dual cultivation was supposed to benefit each other. At most, it would be using the other person as a human cauldron to harvest, which would result in a deficiency of yin and a deficiency of yang. However, this vitality-devouring technique was an unbridled plunder. It would cause great harm to one party, and it could even lead to death. It was a taboo technique both inside and outside the sect. Chapter 185. Underground Training. Wei Yingjie understood why Qian Rongji didn't kill him. She wanted to use this method to rob him of his hard-earned true qi. He didn't care about the pain anymore and tried to gather his true qi. Qian Rongji laughed. "If you dare to release your true qi again, I will chop off your arms and legs and turn you into a human stick. You can try if you don't believe me." Wei Yingjie panicked and didn't dare to release his true qi. Broken bones could be recovered with medicine, but if his arms and legs were chopped off, he would become a cripple. He still had a bright future ahead of him. There were many beauties waiting for him. If he became a cripple, it would be better to die than to live. "Smart," Qian Rongji praised. She grabbed a handful of aphrodisiac pills and stuffed them into Wei Yingjie's mouth. Wei Yingjie shook his head and struggled. This aphrodisiac pill was an extremely powerful aphrodisiac. It was used to make women forget themselves. He forced Qian Rongji to eat 2 a day. Before yesterday, she couldn't even take 1. So how could she eat so many? Qian Rongji laughed. "Weren't you very happy when you let me eat it the day before yesterday?" Her face suddenly turned cold. "Eat it. If you don't eat it, I will chop off your arms and legs." Wei Yingjie hesitated for a moment and let out a scream. Qian Rongji chopped off one of his fingers and held it in front of him. Wei Yingjie was in pain, angry and hateful. but he was under the eaves, so he had to lower his head. He could only swallow the aphrodisiac pill reluctantly. Soon, a ball of burning desire exploded in his lower abdomen. He looked at Qian Rongji, and his gaze was gradually replaced by desire. Qian Rongji smiled and ingested a pill of calming. After a long time, Qian Rongji put on her clothes. She was in high spirits, as if she had eaten a complete tonic. Her eyes were sparkling. The true qi in her body almost doubled. It stopped just now when she couldn't take it anymore. However, there was an additional surge of Jinqi that was incompatible with their own Jinqi. But since the two of them were both cultivators, it wasn't too big of a problem. Furthermore, the pill of spring breeze and rain that the sect concocted was precisely to solve this problem. He took a pill of spring wind and rain and meditated on the spot to purify his Jinqi. Wei Yingjie was panting heavily. He was extremely weak, and even if he wanted to release his Jinqi to resist, he was powerless to do so. After regaining some consciousness, he begged, "I beg you, please let me go." No, he had to find a way to escape. Otherwise, he would be sucked dry by this woman. He quietly moved his fingers. No matter how unbearable it was, he was gradually getting used to the pain of his broken joints. As long as he endured the pain and infused his true qi into his hands and feet, he should be able to move. At that time, this woman, who was only in the third layer of aura training, would definitely not be his match. "You idiot, you sure have a lot of true qi. But take it slow, I have plenty of time." Qian Rongji smiled as she carried the water splitter and walked towards Wei Yingjie's body. What are you doing?" Qian Rongji said, "It's too dangerous. You better just chop it off." Blood splattered as a miserable howl echoed through the underground palace. Under the starry sky, Li Qingshan and Little and left Jiaping silently, as if they had never been here in the first place. He believed that Qian Rongji would act like she knew nothing too. That way, the incident in Jiaping City would only erupt after a while. He made his way to the back of the Hawkwolf Guard and dove into the clear river that flowed south. Afterwards, he crossed over and arrived below the cliff on the other side. After some effort, he finally found the cave recorded on the map. As a result, Li Qingshan dove in headfirst. He swam at the bottom for an hour before emerging, arriving in the waterless cavern. Right now, what he needed to avoid was not just the door, but the Hawkwolf Guard as well. If he was discovered by the Hawkwolf Guard, they would definitely take him back for interrogation, and he would not be able to hide from the door. Now that a sect had made up its mind, he doubted whether the Hawkwolf Guard could protect him, or in other words, Little and from a group of powerful Qi practitioners. The Hawkwolf Guard had eyes all over the world. If he wandered around on the surface, he would be discovered sooner or later. However, deep in the mountains and forests with the various techniques of cultivators, he would not necessarily be able to hide very well. As a result, he decided to go to the zombie Taoist's dwelling. The facilities there were complete, and it was extremely well hidden. It could allow him to enter secluded cultivation for a period of time and break through to the second layer of the ox demon's fist of great strength. The underground was not as flat as the surface. Instead, it was extremely winding. If it were not for the map, even people with a sharp sense of direction would become lost as they moved through the maze-like underground. It was said that the dark, cramped caves could make people feel suffocated. However, Li Qingshan was in quite a good mood. No matter who it was that possessed such a great fortune, they would never feel unhappy. He also had Little and to accompany him, so he did not feel lonely at all. In the pitch-black underground, he instead felt a wondrous sense of relief, as if a wild beast had returned to the wilderness. There was no need for him to put on various disguises to deal with humans. Right now, he was absolutely free. From a certain perspective, he really did seem more and more like a demon. Li Qingshan strode forward, while Little and sat on a huge skull that the skull prayer beads had turned into. He lowered his head and studied the underground mental map that the zombie Taoist had given him. Whenever he came across a fork in the road, he would point him in the right direction. Li Qingshan did not have the patience to look at that. They arrived at the zombie Taoist's dwelling. Li Qingshan was not in a hurry to begin cultivating. Instead, he lit a fire to cook. There was quite a lot of food stored in the 100 treasures pouches he had obtained, so he prepared a table full of food and alcohol very soon. Li Qingshan smiled. Let's celebrate first. In the darkness that lacked any light, the two of them clinked their cups and produced a crisp sound. Li Qingshan said, I might spend some time in secluded cultivation this time. Stay outside and don't run around, all right? Little and nodded obediently. Li Qingshan rubbed her head. He thought about how she would either fight or flee with him. It really did not seem like a life a child should lead. However, wherein the world did not have conflict. Even if he went to the legendary 100 schools of thought, would it really be any different? He pressed the mechanism, and the huge stone door fell down, sealing off the training room completely. In the absolute darkness and silence, Li Qingshan took out a bottle of qi-gathering pills. He would protect her. That was something that he would never doubt. Raising his head, he directly swallowed the entire bottle of qi-gathering pills. Li Qingshan closed his eyes and converted the medicinal effects into true qi according to the method of the innate method of practicing qi. After who knew how long, the medicinal effects were completely digested in his body. He stood up and demonified, beginning to practice the ox demon's fist of great strength. The medicinal effects turned into demon qi again. This cycle constantly repeated itself. Between movement and stillness, Li Qingshan comprehended the ways of humans and demons at the same time. He became stronger with every moment. Time passed day by day, and he swallowed bottle after bottle of pills. The disappearance of the 2 commanders and 7 elite Black Wolf guards of Jiaping City finally caused an uproar, which reached the prefectural city of Clear River. Chapter 186. In the darkness, a droplet of water fell from the tip of the stalagmite on the ceiling, falling towards Li Qingshan's head. On the stone platform, Li Qingshan sat cross-legged, motionless, but within his body a great change was happening. Extremely pure true energy flowed continuously in his yang heel meridian. Then, strand by strand, it seeped into his bones and body, cleansing his entire body. A month had passed, and he had already taken nearly 3,000 qi-gathering pills, an average of 100 a day. This was an extremely terrifying number, enough to make any cultivator dumbfounded. His demonic qi had once again grown by leaps and bounds, but the first to break through was the Xiantian training of qi. The droplet of water that fell was smashed to pieces by the surging Jinqi 3 inches above Li Qingshan's head, but it still stirred up waves of Jinqi nearing the brink of a breakthrough. The Jinqi that had been purified by the Sumeru ring played an absolute role at this time. Without any obstacles, Li Qingshan broke through the 6th level of the Xiantian training of qi, reaching the peak of the 2nd level of qi refining. Li Qingshan's lips curled into a faint smile. He was both gratified and emotional. He was gratified that the time he had spent was much shorter than the average qi practitioner. For example, Qian Rongji had also started cultivating from a young age, and she had taken a few years to reach the 2nd level of qi refining. The talent of the two could be said to be about the same, or in other words, equally mediocre. As for Jiao Fei, who came from a sect and had the guidance of seniors, he was only at the 3rd level of qi refining at the age of 30. Li Qingshan's cultivation speed could not be said to be slow, but this could not be done without the support of a sea of medicinal pills. And without this Sumeru ring, no matter how many medicinal pills he had, it would be useless. But refining the impurities in the medicinal pills would take 10 times the time. He felt refreshed and couldn't help but wonder how little N was doing. Li Qingshan suppressed his desire to come out of seclusion. He was already very close to the second stage of the Ox Demon's Fist of Great Strength, so close that he was only one step away. He could not give up now. He needed to take advantage of this momentum to continue moving forward and master the second stage of Ox Demon's Fist of Great Strength. He even had to open his Yin Heel Meridian and reach the third stage of Qi refinement. A 16-year-old at the third stage of Qi refinement could be considered a genius. The spirit turtle's demon core flashed, and demon Qi rose up from his body like smoke and fire. He had assumed his demon form. After a month of cultivation, he had finally broken through the bottleneck of 30 feet. Although this underground cave was huge, when Li Qingshan raised his horns, he was about to touch the stalagmites on the ceiling. If nothing unexpected happened, he would become a monster like Godzilla sooner or later. No, he was even more terrifying than Godzilla. With one step, the entire city would collapse in an earthquake. With a loud roar, everyone's head felt like exploding. In the underground palace, Wei Yingjie had already completely lost his human form. His originally handsome face had completely caved in, and his skin was as withered and dull as an old man's. His eyes had lost all of their luster, and drool constantly dripped from his mouth. 10 days ago, he had been reduced to an idiot by the effects of the aphrodisiac pills he had ingested. Under Qian Rongji's yuan-devouring technique, all of his true qi had been devoured clean. His vitality had not been spared either. In the end, he had lost his last sliver of life. He, who treated playing with women as his hobby, had been toyed with to death by a woman in the end. It was truly lamentable. On his body, Qian Rongji's snow-white body was covered in sweat. It was so smooth and glossy that it seemed like it could break with a gust of wind. Her face seemed even more charming and enchanting, like a tender green vine wrapped around a withered tree or a beautiful flower in full bloom. Her face, which had always been calm because of the calming pill, was now filled with ecstasy. Under his father's cultivation, Wei Yingjie's true qi was extremely abundant. It was at least 10 times more than Qian Rongji's. Qian Rongji accepted all of them without hesitation. Her true qi had broken through to the 4th layer of qi refining, and it had reached a full state. She could look forward to reaching the 5th layer as well. Although the yuan devouring technique was terrifying, it could not completely digest the true qi of a 6th layer qi practitioner. There was bound to be some loss and dissipation. Otherwise, she could have reached the 6th layer directly. Qian Rongji was already quite satisfied that they could reach this level. Of course, it was not without its disadvantages. The true qi was too complex, and she needed more spring breeze and rain pills to integrate it. But she was not worried about this. As long as her realm improved, she would naturally have more ways to obtain better medicinal pills. From the beginning, she had never intended to rely on ordinary people to cultivate these two big and small arts. There were too many impurities, and the cultivation speed was too slow. Moreover, the difference in the true qi's attribute was too great, which made it harder to digest. There might even be the problem of conflicting true qi. Therefore, she did not want to find trouble with ordinary qi practitioners. Those from the same sect who also cultivated the Heart Sutra would be the best prey. A fire talisman turned the dried corpse into ashes. She thought, it's time to report to the sect that young sect master Wei is impatient and has gone to the zombie cave to look for Li Qingshan. She took out another medicinal pill and swallowed it. Her true qi was once again suppressed to the third layer of qi refining. Then, she took a bath and changed her clothes. She walked out of the underground palace and raised her head to see the clear autumn sky. She smiled brighter than the sun. Fate is in my own hands. In a room with a wide field of view, Wang Puxi threw a thick stack of documents on the long mahogany table in front of Hua Sengzan. What do you think? Hua Sengzan leaned against the armchair and crossed his legs on the table. With a wave of his hand, the documents flew up and lined up in the air. Hua Sengzan turned his head back and forth. His eyes moved rapidly as he glanced at each piece of paper, taking in every sentence in his mind. I saw them pass by here. We came out together with Qing Shan, but I don't know where he is. He said himself that he has a grudge against Zhuozhibua. Our sect master said that he must bring that child back, no matter what. It was as if countless voices were whispering to each other in different tones. A moment later, the papers flew back to the table and neatly piled up. Hua Sengzan opened his eyes. If what he Yisher said is true, Wang Puxi said, "What is it?" Hua Sengzan smiled. Li Qingshan tricked Zhuozhibua to death, and then he killed Lao Shishan. Absolutely detailed information could be processed by a clever brain, removing the false impressions and filling in the blanks. It would never be too far away from the truth of the matter. Wang Puxi frowned. That's impossible. He's only a second-layer qi practitioner. How could he kill Zhuozhibua and so many Black Wolf guards? Hua Sengzan said, he's a second-layer qi practitioner who killed a fifth-layer qi practitioner, and he might not have done it himself. He might have lured Zhuozhibua to some demon nest. You know that underground isn't safe. There are many places that even we are afraid of venturing into. Wang Puxi nodded. Underground could be regarded as a forbidden zone for humans. Hua Sengzan continued, it might also be a trap laid down by several hundred explosion talismans, like the fire-lightning bombs of the School of Moism. As long as they choose a good location and trigger a small earthquake, killing a group of qi practitioners won't be too difficult. Anyway, there are just too many ways to kill them. If it weren't for Li Qingshan, do you want me to believe that Zhuozhibua lost his way underground? Li Qingshan lured away Zhuozhibua and the others, but he returned safe and sound. Old Wang, if you don't consider things like cultivation, isn't the outcome very simple? Only the victor can come back alive. Of course, the loser will die somewhere unknown. I also feel like Zhuozhibua is done for. Wang Puxi gradually believed him. He had undergone the heavenly tribulation and reached Foundation establishment, embarking on the path of seeking immortality and becoming an authoritative Scarlet Hawk commander. However, he had always admired Hua Sengzan's resourcefulness. He could not help but admit that there were indeed geniuses in the world. If it were not for that person, he probably would have broken through to Foundation establishment a long time ago, or even surpassed him. Hua Sengzan said. Afterwards, Li Qingshan and Lao Shishan stayed together. In the end, the two of them vanished together. According to He Yisher, Li Qingshan carried an iron plate corpse with him. With Lao Shishan's ability as a sixth-layer qi practitioner, he's certain to die against the iron plate corpse. Perhaps the kid is currently cultivating in seclusion somewhere with his spoils of battle. Wang Puxi said furiously, that kid really is an ingrate. I shouldn't have let him join the Hawkwolf Guard in the first place. Hua Sengzan winked at him mischievously. Back then, you never thought he could kill Feng Zhang and actually report to Jiaping City, right? Wang Puxi glared at him viciously. He's pretty lucky. Hua Sengzan raised his head and looked at the ceiling. Once or twice is luck. If he manages to escape death and defeat a powerful opponent every single time, It's not luck anymore, but strength. Wang Pushi said, though his luck has run out. Hua Sungzan lowered his head and said in surprise, "What do you want to do?" Wang Pushi said, "Humph. Obviously, I want to apprehend him and bring him to justice. He's only been in the Hawkwolf Guard for a few months, and he's already plotting against 2 commanders. I've never seen a Black Wolf Guard as bold as him. He's completely lawless." Hua Sungzan said, "Look, that's just my speculation. It might not necessarily be true. Not to mention there's no evidence, so why would he admit to it?" Wang Pushi said, "Are we just going to let it go if he doesn't admit to it?" Hua Sungzan said, "Shui Jibua is looking to die. He's even willing to mobilize so many people to plot against his own subordinates, yet he's not allowed to retaliate. He's stayed in Jiaping City for far too long, and he's become far too close to the sect. It's about time for someone else to replace him." Wang Pushi said, "Lao Shishan was silenced by that kid, so he deserved it." Hua Sungzan curled his lip. "He probably deserved it. If he wanted to silence them, he should have silenced those disciples of Moism the most, especially that one called He Isher. His testimony seemed like he was eager to prove that Li Qingshan was the culprit, yet he ended up saving them instead. If he had even the slightest bit of malice in his heart, he would have let them die to the zombie Taoist's hands. Since he's already wiped the slate clean, and it can't be considered as purposeful murder, why should we act like petty people?" Chapter 187. In certain places, and in the eyes of certain people, the deaths of 2 Black Wolf commanders was an earth-shaking matter, but in other places, and in the eyes of other people, it was just a small matter. The difference in authority led to completely different perspectives. Whether it was Wang Pushi who disliked Li Qingshan or Hua Sungzan who liked Li Qingshan, they both treated this as a small matter. They reached an agreement with just a few words. Wang Pushi said, "Fair enough. It's not like we need to do anything if we want to deal with that kid anyway." Hua Sungzan asked, "What's wrong?" Wang Pushi said, "Vice Sect Master Wei has already taken the 4 grannies to Jiaping City. His son of a bitch has gone underground to find Li Qingshan. He hasn't returned, so I think he's done for." "What? Didn't you hear your mistress mention it?" Hua Sungzan said, "You said it yourself. She's his mistress, not his wife. He's the sect master, so he obviously has to consider the interests of the sect. The child really does seem to be quite important to them. They really don't take the words of a vice commander seriously." He had told them not to touch Li Qingshan. Now that the sect had ignored him and forcefully taken action, it was equivalent to ignoring his authority. Wang Pushi raised an eyebrow. "You've undergone the heavenly tribulation. If we work together, I'd like to see just who in the 1,500 kilometers of the Clear River Prefecture dares to defy your will." Hua Sungzan, 2 Foundation establishment cultivators and Black Wolf Guards would definitely possess great authority in the entire Clear River Prefecture. Compared to them, the 10th layer of Qi practitioner was only a single step away, but it was worlds apart. Hua Sungzan smiled heartlessly. "Cultivation is about going with the flow. It can't be forced." Wang Pushi said, "Whatever. We'll do as you say this time. We won't capture him, nor will we protect him. We'll just wait and see. I'd like to see whether the kid can survive this or not." Hua Sungzan leapt up and crouched down on the table. He patted Wang Pushi's shoulder. "He's someone that Boss Gu admires no matter what. Old Wang, don't be upset. It might affect your cultivation." Wang Pushi said, "So what? I'm also someone that Elder Gu, Commander Gu admires, and I was almost brought in by you. If I didn't have this spirit, I'd be a dying old man right now. I am going to the 100 schools of thought. Let's see which kid is willing to go down there and take over the position of vice commander." Regular Qi practitioners could only barely become a Black Wolf Guard after putting their lives on the line. On the other hand, those who came from the 100 schools of thought were directly appointed as commanders. The gap between them was huge. After Wang Pushi left, Hua Songzhan's face darkened as he sighed. Even if he was extremely intelligent and prided himself on being a genius, what was the use if he couldn't close the gap? While the geniuses stood still and sighed, the mortals crawled on the ground. Pa! An extremely loud slap sent Qian Rongji flying. He rolled and hit the wall hard before falling to the ground. His cheek was already swollen. Blood oozed from the corner of his lips. He no longer seemed charming at all. Why didn't you stop him? Why did you only report it now? A gray-haired, middle-aged man in luxurious violet clothes roared out. His true qi surged, pressing down on Qian Rongji from afar. She was immobilized like a bug. The middle-aged man was the vice-sect master of the sect, a 10th-layer qi practitioner, Wei Zhongyuan. He had already reached the highest level of the secret art, only a step away from foundation establishment. He was someone who stood at the apex of qi practitioners. To the left and right of the hall were 4 haggard old women. They all wore heavy makeup, and their appearances were strange. The smell of makeup could be smelled from 10 steps away. They focused on drawing their eyebrows and manicuring their nails. None of them even glanced at Qian Rongji. A few young male escorts followed behind them, serving her carefully. One of them was Grandma Shimen. 2 handsome young men were massaging her shoulders. She lowered her head and took a sip of tea. She didn't care about the pitiful state of her disciple at all. Qian Rongji's eyes were filled with tears. She said with great grievance, "I really couldn't persuade young Master Wei. Sect Master, this really isn't my fault." "You still dare to talk back." Wei Zhongyuan stretched out his hand and grabbed Qian Rongji. True Qi flew out 10 feet and grabbed her in the air. "With my son's temperament, if he wasn't bewitched by you, bitch, why would he take the initiative to look for Li Qingshan? There's still no news of him." If it wasn't for the fact that Qian Rongji's strength was too low, he would almost suspect that it was Qian Rongji who did it. This was obviously not the wisdom of rational thinking. It was just anger. With a miserable shriek, Qian Rongji's bones creaked, almost about to be crushed. The door swung open loudly, and a few Black Wolf guards swaggered in. "What are you doing?" When they saw the situation in the room, they all paled in fright. They had received news that a Black Wolf guard had been trapped in the building, so they had rushed over in a hurry. However, they never expected to see such a powerful group of qi practitioners. They had almost become speechless. "W, what are you doing? W, are you killing a member of the Hawkwolf Guard?" Only then did Wei Zhongyuan remember that Qian Rongji had an identity like that. Grandma Shimen coughed gently. "Sect Master, forget it. This isn't Rongji's fault. Let's hurry up and find little Jia. I've watched that child grow up. I don't want anything to happen to him." Wei Zhongyuan snorted coldly and tossed Qian Rongji aside viciously. None of the Black Wolf guards dared to help her up. Qian Rongji propped herself up and knelt towards Grandma Shimen in gratitude. "Thank you, Granny." Then she bowed towards Wei Zhongyuan. "Thank you, Sect Master. If we can't find Jia, you'll be in for a treat." With a wave of his hand, Wei Zhongyuan made his way out of the door. The 4 grannies followed closely behind him. The young people giggled as they walked past Qian Rongji. They glanced at Qian Rongji in disheveled disdain and discussed loudly, "Look at her. She's just like a bitch." A young man beside Grandma Shimen said, "Isn't that right? She even wants to suck up to Granny. How shameless! Qian Rongji lowered her head. Her disheveled hair covered her face, such that no one could see the light flashing through her eyes. Fortunately, she had thought of sending people to ask for reinforcements from the Hawkwolf Guard. Otherwise, if she really did end up being killed by this crazy old bastard, it would be a waste. She was a 10th layer Qi practitioner. If she used the vitality-devouring technique, would she be able to break through to the 6th layer and condense a sea of Qi? A few Black Wolf guards glanced at Qian Rongji. One of them said, "Do you know what the consequences are now for going to the door? When will this building open for business? Seeing as we're all colleagues, we'll definitely go and take care of the business. Once you recover, Rongji, you have to serve us well." They all smiled obscenely as they brazenly studied Qian Rongji's slender figure. They were originally Black Wolf guards who had been pushed to the sidelines by Zhuozhibua. They were filled with jealousy and contempt towards Qian Rongji, who had hooked up with Zhuozhibua as soon as she joined the Hawkwolf Guard. Now that Zhuozhibua had passed away, they all felt like it was time for them to make a comeback. They all felt extremely delighted, becoming arrogant from their success. Qian Rongji stood up. Under the soothing of true qi, her swollen face returned to normal, only leaving behind some bruises. She wiped away the blood from the corner of her lips and smiled. "Rongji just happened to want to carry out a mission, but I'm alone, so I'm afraid I won't be able to succeed. Please assist me, big brothers. Rongji will definitely repay your kindness properly." The Black Wolf guards looked at one another. They were all tempted, and they became even more scornful. In their eyes, Qian Rongji was just a whore who had sold herself. Now that the person she relied on, Zhuozhibua, had passed away, she obviously wanted to find someone else to rely on. One of them was a 4th layer Qi practitioner, while the other 3 were 3rd layer Qi practitioners. They were basically the remaining backbone of the Hawkwolf Guard of Jiaping City. They were very trustworthy. It was perfect for them to try out this woman. It was not like they were afraid of her playing any tricks with their strength anyway. When Qian Rongji and the 4 Black Wolf guards went to the eagle hunting tower to receive a mission and were about to set off, they just happened to run into Jiao Fei. Jiao Fei glanced at Qian Rongji and immediately dodged. He asked politely, "What are you up to?" The leader of the 4th layer Qi practitioners said, "A small mission. There's a demonic beast causing trouble, so we're going to take a look. Do you want to come with us?" "Hee, big brother, this is just a small mission. Aren't there a little too many people?" A Black Wolf guard smiled obscenely, which led to another round of laughter. Together, Jiao Fei was already trying to avoid this woman. "So where did you get the courage to go on a mission with her?" After the mission in ancient Wind City, he had become extremely vigilant towards Li Qingshan and Qian Rongji. He swore that he would never travel with them again. He kept a low profile and moved around alone, accumulating resources and avoiding many problems. He was just about to break through to the 4th layer when he heard that Zhuozhibua had led a group of Black Wolf guards to hunt down Li Qingshan. He could not be like the other Black Wolf guards, firmly believing that Li Qingshan was dead for sure. In the end, 9 Hawkwolf guards had vanished, including 2 Hawkwolf commanders. He was not certain that Li Qingshan was behind this, but he felt like Li Qingshan definitely had something to do with it. As a result, he became even more certain of his belief that he could not travel with a tiger. While it was possible to prevent a tiger from attacking people, it was impossible to prevent a venomous snake from attacking people. His gaze towards the Black Wolf guards was rather strange. There was basically some pity. "I still have matters to attend to." Afterwards, he left in a hurry. "That guy sure is unsociable. Forget it. Let's go." The fourth layer Qi practitioner placed his hand on Qian Rongji's waist naturally and slid it down. Qian Rongji smiled. Although it would be slightly troublesome if she was compatible with foreign true Qi, how could she turn down a prey that had delivered itself to her? The next day, Qian Rongji returned to Jiaping silently. She returned to the underground palace on the second floor with 4 round, gunny sacks. Whether it was geniuses or mortals, they all had to survive, using their own methods. However, when mortals were unwilling to be mediocre and be at the mercy of fate, they wanted to possess everything that a genius possessed. They had to rack their brains and pay a price. This price was not just hard work and hardship. They even had to sacrifice their dignity, endure humiliation, give up their emotions, and throw themselves into the sea of bitterness of hell. Chapter 188. The strength of 2 oxen when he swallowed 1,000 of them together. He felt like he had swallowed a huge bomb. He felt like there was a ball of fire in his stomach, about to burn through it. If it were not for the fact that he had already demonified and his body was much tougher than regular people, this entire process would have been enough to claim his life. Under the effects of the medicine, the demon Qi gradually became violent. It went out of control, rampaging about recklessly as if it was trying to rip Li Qingshan to pieces. If it were not for the ox demon's fist of great strength and the tiger demon's fist of bone forging that had forged his body to the point of being as tough as steel, even regular demons would have exploded. With so many advantages, he would not be a man if he did not treat himself a little harsher. He ignored the pain in his body and forcefully moved his body. He raised his legs, lifted his shoulders, and punched out, guiding the demon Qi along a certain path. He repeated the 3 forms of the ox demon stamps. Its hooves, the ox demon butts its horns, and the ox demon forges its hide countless times. He swore to himself that he would break through to the second layer of the ox demon's fist of great strength and obtain the strength of 2 oxen. Only then would he emerge and see little N. Above the wasteland, 5 figures flew over at high speed. They were Wei Zhongyuan and the other 4. Every single one of them was surrounded by streams of air. They did not touch the ground as they moved with the wind. Their sleeves fluttered in the wind, appearing extremely graceful. A farmer happened to be farming in the fields. When he saw this from afar, he immediately knelt on the ground and called out, "Immortals!" The 5 of them did not even glance at him. They turned around together and flew over the river, kicking up waves. They followed the river and arrived at the entrance of the zombie cave. Just now, they stopped and stood on the surface of the water, gazing at the pitch-black cave that seemed like the mouth of a beast. There might be danger in the cave. The 2 commanders of the Hawkwolf Guard have probably died in there. It's very likely for an iron plate corpse to follow Li Qingshan. Wei Zhongyuan said cautiously, displaying his bearing as the master of a sect. With what we're capable of, an iron plate corpse is nothing. Grandma Dongmen said scornfully, if it's a steel plate corpse, then it's worth dealing with seriously. If it's a bronze demon corpse, then I'll leave immediately without another word. The West Gate granny smiled sinisterly. Elder sister, you're already so old, yet you keep saying stupid things. There are many demonic beasts and monsters underground, and there are even demon generals. Encountering a demonic beast is a huge problem. If we encounter a demon general, all 5 of us will be buried underground. Grandma Dongmen raised her eyebrows. She hated it when people said she was old. She scolded, "Old thing, do you think I'm ignorant? Why would a demon general be in such a shallow place? If there really are demon generals, what right does the zombie Taoist have to build a dwelling here?" Wei Zhongyuan said, "Don't quarrel. There's no harm in being careful. This time we must rescue my son, kill that Li Qingshan, and capture that child with the aspect of outstanding beauty and heavenly fragrance. Let's go." With a flick of his sleeve, he took the lead and flew into the cave. The scorching heat in Li Qingshan's abdomen gradually spread to his entire body. His dark skin began to redden slightly. As soon as his sweat oozed out, it was reduced to white steam constantly rising up from his muscular body. It was like he had entered a steamer. His movements for the ox demon's fist of great strength became slower and slower as well. In the end, he basically became as slow as Taiji Fist. His movements slowed down. Even the thin air seemed to become viscous as well. However, with every punch he threw out, he could move the air in the entire cave. The air was like the demon chi in his body clashing back and forth. It created a heavy, buzzing sound in the narrow cave. Cultivation had already reached its most crucial point. The 5 of them arrived at the first fork. Just when Wei Zhongyuan was about to sense for auras, Grandma Shimen was already prepared. She took out an oval-shaped wooden sphere. "What's this?" "A pathfinding hive. That kid surnamed, he from the Mahist family sold it to me. He even told me to keep it a secret." Grandma Shimen twisted the mechanism and projected a complete map of the underground. It was the record left behind by the Mahist disciples when they entered last time. The 5 of them flew straight in the direction of the zombie cave. They were as fast as birds. The scarlet color on Li Qingshan's body became more and more obvious. It seeped out from within his body, making him look like a cast iron block. The red light in his eyes also became brighter and brighter. There was a sound of stretching metal. His body continued to grow, becoming taller and stronger. 33 feet, 35 feet, 37 feet. This process was extremely painful. However, he grinned, revealing a mouthful of sharp teeth. He was full of joy. In a moment, the 5 of them arrived at the zombie cave. Without hesitation, they barged in and searched everywhere. However, all the rooms were empty. Only the training room was sealed by a huge rock. Grandma Shimen asked, "Is it here?" Wei Zhongyuan stepped forward without hesitation. He casually pushed out his palm, and the huge rock shattered with a loud bang. Li Qingshan's body suddenly grew by 12 feet, reaching 12 feet. He let out a roar, shook his arms, and spread them to the sides. He let out a roar. The lake water beside him was suddenly pushed away, crashing against the surrounding rock walls. It created huge waves that were several feet high. The falling waterfall almost flowed backwards. The bottom of the lake, with a circumference of 30 feet around him, was exposed. It turned out that Li Qingshan disliked the low ceiling of the training cave, so he came to this underground lake, where he ambushed Zhuozhibua and the others. The space here was 20 feet high, allowing him to stretch freely. It just so happened that he avoided the people of the sect. Li Qingshan laughed carefreely. He had finally cultivated the ox demon's fist of great strength to the second layer. The strength of his body increased to an extremely terrifying level. The lake water flowed backwards, forming a huge whirlpool beside him. It was enough to overturn a boat, but it could only submerge up to his waist. A figure flew towards Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan stretched out his hand, and the figure landed in his palm. It was little An. He was also smiling, happy for him. Li Qingshan felt his body was filled with explosive power. He had never felt so good before. He waded to the side of the lake and pressed his hand against the rock wall. The rock that had experienced countless years of silence was so strong that it was difficult for swords and knives to damage it. But with just a light press, he didn't feel any resistance. His hand sank in, as if he was pressing into mud. Moreover, he faintly felt a faint connection with the rock. Then he did a new experiment. He took out a wind-entwining knife and slashed it at his chest. With a clang, sparks flew, and the wind-entwining knife bounced off. On his body, not even a white mark was left. Afterwards, he took out Zhujibu's mid-grade spiritual artifact knife and mimicked Zhujibu's speed and strength, stabbing himself. He felt a slight pain, but it did not pierce through either. With the completion of the second layer of the ox demon's fist of great strength, not only had his strength increased, but his terrifying defense had also increased. If he included the spirit turtle's profound shell, then even Hao Pingyang's yellow dragon's cannon of devouring light would not be able to harm a hair on him. With this demonic body, even if hundreds or thousands of sixth-layer Qi practitioners stood in front of him, they would still be tortured to death. Right now, the only question he had to consider was, with this power, would he be able to defeat a ninth-layer Qi practitioner like the Westgate Granny? A sliver of killing intent flashed through his eyes. The sect was determined to take little and away, which touched on his reverse scale. He made up his mind to kill them. However, he suppressed this killing intent soon afterwards. The sect was still an undefeatable colossus. He needed to be even more patient right now. Wei Zhongyuan looked at the empty cultivation room. He's not here. No, he's been here before. The south gate, Granny wiped the stone table. There was not a speck of dust on it. When Little N was bored, he would often order the puppets and iron plate corpses to clean up the place. Grandma Sheeman said sinisterly, "He'll definitely come back. We can set up a trap here and wait for him." They all glanced at one another. One of them immediately hid in the darkness and erased all of their auras, waiting for Li Qingshan to walk right into their trap. It was possible to imagine that as soon as Li Qingshan set foot in there, he would be like a tiger in a stone cage. He would struggle to break free easily. Li Qingshan reverted to human form and looked at his appearance in the water. He smiled bitterly. His current appearance was like those tough, black basketball superstars from his past life. His rock-like muscles bulged, making him seem like a vicious beast as he stood there. He did not seem like a 16-year-old at all. He opened his mouth and rubbed his long, sharp teeth. He felt even more helpless. The first layer of the spirit turtle's method of Qi suppression just happened to suppress the first layer of the ox demon's fist of great strength and the tiger demon's fist of bone forging. Now that Li Qingshan had reached the second layer of the ox demon's fist of great strength, that was equivalent to breaking this balance. Immediately, the characteristics of many demons manifested. If he reached the second layer of the tiger demon's fist of bone forging, he probably would not be able to suppress these changes and would not be able to revert to human form. Forget it. The most important thing about a man isn't his appearance, Li Qingshan said to Little, and he's very courageous like this, right? Little N nodded. She liked him no matter what he looked like. Li Qingshan said, "All right, let's go back." He took a step forward and felt his foot soften. Looking down, he left behind a deep footprint. He exhaled gently and began to focus on controlling his strength. He walked forward step by step, no longer feeling like he was stepping on air. His footsteps became faster and faster. Gradually, he felt like there was a strange elasticity on the firm ground, allowing him to travel even further with each step. In the Zombies Immortals Cave, the 5 peak Qi practitioners of the sect waited silently. They waited for a long time. 1 day passed, 2 days passed, 3 days passed. The stone table was covered with another layer of dust. As Qi practitioners, none of them were impatient people. However, if they kept waiting like this, when would they ever reach the end? Li Qingshan originally wanted to return to the Zombie King's dwelling, but his stomach began to rumble. It was as loud as thunder. He rubbed his belly. I feel like I can eat 10 cows. Let's go eat something first. The food in the dozen or so hundred treasures pouches had all been devoured by him a long time ago. Although he would not starve to death, even if he did not eat as long as he had chi-gathering pills and could absorb the energy of the world through the spirit turtle's demon core, eating actual food still had its benefits. Moreover, it was an inalienable joy of life. Afterwards, he took out the underground mental map and found the closest exit that led to the surface. He made his way out. P.S. Li Qingshan has become Li Erniu. Everyone applaud and welcome him. I'm begging for monthly votes. Chapter 189. Searching for a place to cultivate the exit was in a forest. It was currently late autumn, so the entire mountain was dyed red. Red, yellow, and green merged together to form an ever-changing landscape. The bright sunlight landed before him, and he blinked his eyes and sucked in a deep breath of the fresh air above ground. Sure enough, the surface was more suitable for survival. The zombie Taoist dwelling was too deep underground, so he could not come out often for fresh air. It would be best if he could find a cave that was relatively well hidden and build a large house on top of it. Afterwards, he could go underground whenever he wanted, and he could come out whenever he wanted. Wouldn't that be great? Of course, the zombie Taoist did not naturally like staying underground. He had his own considerations. If he built his dwelling too shallow, it would be very easy for the Hawkwolf Guard to attack his base and raid his lair. The location of his dwelling was very particular as well. When Li Qingshan cultivated there, he would feel his true qi circulate much faster, and his feng qi acupoint could sense that the spiritual qi of the world in the cave was much denser than other places. Spiritual veins crisscrossed underground. The dwelling must have been located on a certain spiritual vein, just like the word earth in the 4 words wealth, companionship, method, and earth. Although it was not at the level of a legendary blessed land, it was still very beneficial to cultivation. However, Li Qingshan's path of cultivation was not one of gradual progress. Instead, he relied on tremendous amounts of pills to forcefully build up his cultivation. The significance of the spiritual land was not particularly great to him. It was not like he would show himself before he finished all the pills on him anyway. Opening the mental map of the Green Province, Li Qingshan confirmed his location. He was 100 kilometers southeast of Jiaping City. He was close to leaving the territory of the Hawkwolf Guard of Jiaping City, which was exactly what he wanted. 15 kilometers to the south was a small city. It was called Salt Mountain City because it was located on a mountain of salt. The value of salt mines was no less than gold and iron. Although practitioners did not pay much attention to it, it was a place that people in the Jianghu would fight for. Whether it was to occupy a salt mine or to transport salt, experts were needed to protect them. Therefore, the practice of martial arts was very strong. Everyone on the street was armed with blades and swords. The greatest organization in the city was the Proud Sword Manor. They claimed to have 3,000 disciples, and the lord of the manor, Yu Shuquang, was a first-rate master of the current age, a leading figure in the Orthodox world. His wielding of the sword had reached perfection, and he slaughtered all of the weak. He was basically the true controller of Salt Mountain City. Even the district magistrate had to bow to him when he saw him. However, great hero, Yu also had his own worries. Most of the worries of the strong were when they encountered someone stronger than them and felt helpless. Villa Master Yu, I'll be taking these children with me. A middle-aged man spoke. He was dressed in green and carried a long sword in a green scabbard. His collar and cuffs were embroidered with patterns of green vines. His aura was that of a 3rd-layer chi refinement cultivator. There were 4 children around 12 or 13 years old standing beside him. All of them looked excited and reluctant. Yu Shuquang smiled along. All right, please feel free to take them with you. Brother Lu, these children will definitely have a better future in the Green Vine Mountain. These children were his most outstanding disciples of the young generation. 2 of them came from poor backgrounds, and he had even spent money and effort to nurture them for a few years just so that he could add a few more masters to the Proud Sword sect in the future. However, he had never thought that they would end up benefiting someone else. This disciple of the Green Vine Mountain had come over, and all he had to do was say a few words before taking them away. How could he not feel pained? Cultivation sects also required outstanding talents to replenish their blood. However, Qi practitioners were few in number at the end of the day, so it was impossible for them to go around looking for suitable talents. Directly going to the various large gangs of the Jianghu became an extremely time-saving and labor-saving method. Many cultivation sects would even establish their own gangs just to expand their influence and make it easier for them to recruit disciples. Our Green Vine Mountain obviously won't take advantage of you for free. Here's a Qi gathering pill. It'll benefit you greatly when you break through to the innate realm. Lu Fengrui placed down an embroidered box. There was a Qi gathering pill in the box pitifully, but he acted like he was rewarding Yu Shuquang arrogantly. Yu Shuquang cursed inside. Do you really think I'm a country bumpkin who hasn't seen the world? Qi gathering pills were commonly used by Qi practitioners. With his wealth, even buying several dozen would not be a problem. It would not be of much help when he broke through to the innate realm. However, he acted like he was flattered. That's far too precious. At this moment, a disciple reported, "Manor Lord, someone wants to see you." Yu Shuquang said furiously, "Can't you see that I'm receiving an esteemed guest?" The disciple said pitifully, "But he said he's your friend, Manor Lord." Lu Fengrui said, "If that's the case, I'll be taking my leave first." Yu Shuquang stood up in a hurry to send him off. He nodded and bowed along the way as he sighed inside. Zijian, oh Zijian, don't disappoint me. Cultivate well and come back to support me. After arriving at the main entrance, Yu Shuquang glanced out of the corner of his eye. He saw a figure as tall and burly as an ox sitting on a long bench, waiting. He wore a large conical hat on his head, obscuring his appearance. Beside him was a large bamboo basket with a lid, so it was impossible to tell what was inside. The disciple whispered, "Manor Lord, that's him." Yu Shuquang was confident that he did not have a friend like that, or it would be impossible for him to not remember such a special figure. No, it should be said that he had never seen such a burly figure in his life. The figure stood up with a whoosh and blocked Yu Shuquang's path. "Great hero, you, long time no see." In that moment, Yu Shuquang basically felt his vision darken. The heavy voice was rather familiar. "You are—" Li Qingshan raised his hat slightly, although his figure and skin had changed drastically, and even his face had become rather strange. Yu Shuquang still recognized him with a single glance. He cried out, "You're—" Lu Fengrui ignored Yu Shuquang and directly boarded the carriage and left. He had never taken Great Hero Yu seriously the entire time. Yu Shuquang was not in the mood to feel angry right now. The tiger butcher had come looking for him, so what good could it be? For a moment, he was stunned. "Let's talk inside." Li Qingshan smiled. Originally, he wanted to express some goodwill, but when he revealed his long fangs, he seemed even more vicious and malicious. Yu Shuquang shuddered. He followed Li Qingshan back into the manor unknowingly. He had no idea what he had done wrong today. Li Qingshan had specially searched for a city that was slightly larger on the map and did not have Qi practitioners. That would make it easier for him to buy food and drink, which was why he chose Salt Mountain City. However, his appetite was just too great. If he went to buy it himself, it would be far too troublesome, and it would easily raise suspicion. If the informants of the Hawkwolf Guard saw him, it would be very inappropriate. As a result, he was in urgent need of someone with local influence to help him deal with these matters. He could vaguely remember that Yu Shuquang had once invited him to Salt Mountain City as a guest in an extremely friendly restaurant in Lakeside City back then. As a result, he had come looking for him. Yu Shuquang dispersed the disciple tactfully. He asked, "Sir Li, why have you come all the way here?" Li Qingshan said, "There are a few matters that I'd like to trouble you with." He casually placed down a stack of silver notes. "There's around 1,000,000 taels of silver here. You can treat it as a deposit." "Sir, you can't do that. As long as I, Yu Shuquang, have a use for me, I'll do anything, no matter what." Yu Shuquang beamed with joy, but what he thought was, who would be bold enough to accept the tiger butcher's silver? "Take it," Li Qingshan said indifferently. "Yes." Yu Shuquang immediately stowed the silver away. Cold sweat dripped from his forehead. Who would be bold enough to refuse the tiger butcher's silver? Li Qingshan said, "There's a manor in the mountains to the southeast of the city. I want to buy it and stay there for a while. I'll use this silver." "Yes, I'll get someone to handle it right now." "No, I'll handle it personally. I guarantee that you'll be able to move in tonight." Yu Shuquang patted his chest and guaranteed, "I don't want anyone to know I'm here, including your relatives and friends, especially your daughter. If news of this gets out, definitely not. If I tell anyone else about this, then Yu Shuquang, will be destroyed by the heavens." Yu Shuquang immediately raised his right hand and swore an oath. Li Qingshan interrupted him. "There's no need for you to swear. I don't rely on this. As long as you're willing to help me, I won't mistreat you. I won't be like that person earlier, who only gave you a qi-gathering pill." Yu Shuquang was both ashamed and surprised. Li Qingshan had actually heard the conversation in the main hall 300 meters away from the entrance. Li Qingshan said, "Where's the qi-gathering pill?" Yu Shuquang took out the embroidered box in a hurry. Li Qingshan accepted it and tossed the qi-gathering pill into his mouth. "The quality is quite good." Yu Shuquang's face sank. Qi-gathering pills were extremely precious pills to masters of the Jianghu who cultivated inner force like him. They could easily be sold for 100 or 200,000 taels of silver outside. He was just bluffing when he said he wouldn't mistreat him. Li Qingshan took out a new pill from his 100 treasures pouch and placed it in the embroidered box. "Do you recognize this pill?" Yu Shuquang's eyes immediately widened. "This is 100 grasses pill." This was much rarer and more precious than qi-gathering pills. It was basically priceless. Even 200,000 taels of silver could not buy it. If he could ingest one, his chances of breaking through to the innate realm would increase slightly. Li Qingshan passed the embroidered box back to Yu Shuquang. "You can treat this as a deposit. I hope we can work well together." Fear and profit had always been the best methods to control people. Li Qingshan just happened to lack both. An hour later, Li Qingshan obtained the deed to the estate. He stood up and bade farewell. "Oh, right, don't call me by my name in the future." "Then what should I call you?" Li Qingshan thought about it. "Just call me Niuer." Yu Shuquang was experienced in the Jianghu as well. He could tell that Li Qingshan wanted to conceal his name a long time ago, but he did not agree with Li Qingshan's taste in naming. Li Qingshan said, "Also, send 10 tables, no, 20 tables of food every day in the future." After cultivating underground during this period of time, his mouth had almost become bland. Standing in the estate in the call, the entire estate had already been cleaned. It had even been sprinkled with water. He had no idea how Yu Shukwang had managed to do it. The surroundings were shaded by the mountains and forests. The scenery was elegant, yet very quiet. At the same time, it was close to Salt Mountain City. It was the ideal place for cultivation for Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan placed down the bamboo basket on him, and Little and climbed out. He looked around and seemed very satisfied. Li Qingshan took out the underground mental map and compared it with the mental map of the Green Province once again. The map indicated that there was a cave that just happened to pass through here. It was only a few meters deep in the earth. As long as he put in some effort, he could make a tunnel. Chapter 190. If he really was discovered by the door, then he could flee underground. As long as he made a few turns and hid his aura, even the door wouldn't be able to catch him. The estate occupied an area of several hundred acres. Because it was built in the mountains, it had just been cleaned and covered with many yellow leaves. The winding path led to a secluded garden. The tranquility gave off an ancient aura. Who knew how many years it had been through? The original designs on the walls and beams had all been blurred, but it had lost some of its splendor and splendor. Instead, it had gained some accumulated weathering. Li Qingshan was extremely satisfied. It was even better than the Hawkwolf Guards building. He lowered his head. Looks like we'll have to stay here for a while. As he rubbed Little In's head, he said, "Once I soar into the sky and master my martial arts, I'll draw out everyone in the door one by one and bleed them dry. They'll be daydreaming if they think they can take you away. Ha ha ha." He laughed resplendently as he said, "Yeah, no one can take me away." Little and was infected by his laughter. Probably just throwing money at Yu Shukwang was not enough for him to buy this place. He also relied on the deterrence of the violent gang that was the Proud Sword Manor. Just like how the bigger fish ate the smaller fish ate the shrimps. Any disciple from the Green Vine Mountain could deal with Great Hero Yu obediently. It would be a piece of cake for Great Hero Yu to turn around and deal with a few wealthy merchants. What a cruel class society. Li Qingshan sighed. He wandered around the estate, trying to figure out where to start digging. Little and pulled out a book from the study. With a creak, the bookshelf flipped around, revealing a flight of stairs leading downwards. Li Qingshan gave him a thumbs up. "Nicely done. Let's go in and take a look." As soon as Li Qingshan and Little and entered, the bookshelf closed up automatically. They were bold because of their skill, so they continued downwards without minding it. He discovered that it was a man-made secret room, divided into dozens of rooms, connected by many secret passages that led to the main buildings of the mansion. There was also a large amount of rice, flour, and oil stored inside. Li Qingshan had heard that many great families would build such secret passages when building their mansions. This was to prevent war and bandits from robbing them. They would have a place to hide, and perhaps they would be able to avoid extermination. However, this was the first time he had seen it with his own eyes. This saved him a lot of trouble. He took out the mental map and compared it again. Then he came to a stone room, raised his right foot, and stomped down heavily. With a thump, the floor was covered in cracks. With a rumbling sound, the earth and stones collapsed and smoke and dust rose everywhere. When the dust settled, all he saw was a huge hole in the floor. Li Qingshan stuck his head into the hole and looked around. Sure enough, it was connected to the underground cavern. He smiled in satisfaction. With this path of retreat, he could cultivate in peace. Returning to the surface, the 20 tables of food had already been delivered. Li Qingshan ate heartily, eating extremely happily. Little and ate a little with him too, before putting down her chopsticks and holding her cheeks as she watched him eat. After eating and drinking to his heart's content, Little and went to the study to read, while Li Qingshan meditated in the courtyard. He swallowed 10 qi gathering pills in a single gulp. As soon as they were digested, they were swallowed by the spirit turtle's Naiden, all converted into demon qi. He decided to focus on the cultivation of the spirit turtle's method of qi suppression from today onwards, as if the spirit turtle's cultivation was too low, he would not be able to suppress the ox demon and tiger demon. He would not be able to assume human form, which would lead to quite a lot of trouble. The ox demon's fist of great strength and the tiger demon's fist of bone forging could greatly strengthen his body, granting him extraordinary battle prowess. What determined his cultivation as a demon was still the tiny demon cores condensed from the spirit turtle's method of qi suppression. The first layer of the spirit turtle's method of qi suppression was condensing a demon core, reaching the 6th layer of human qi practitioners. Once he reached the 2nd layer, he should be able to break through his current cultivation and become a demon general. He would no longer have to fear the door. However, this process was 10 times more difficult than reaching the 2nd layer with the ox demon and tiger demon. Of course, it was not exactly difficult. Instead, it would take up a lot of time. He really could not afford to waste several decades or even a century. He still wanted to find Gu Yenying one day and get intimate with her. With a rustle, a century would pass. Even if she did not age, it would already be great if he could remember her name. No matter how deep the love at first sight was, how could it resist the invasion of time? It would be best if he worked hard for it before this thought was worn away. He had even promised Xianyue that he would take her to the Dragon Province. Once a century passed, who knew how fast her cultivation would be after she ingested the pills from the provincial lord's estate? It would be best if she completed her cultivation first before he had even achieved any major accomplishments in his cultivation. If that happened, wouldn't his promise become a joke? And if he spent too much time on the ground, Brother Ox above the 9 heavens would probably grow impatient, even though he had never seen him grow impatient before. In short, it could only be described as advancing valiantly. He wanted to use tremendous amounts of pills to forcefully carve out a shortcut that would allow him to ascend to the heavens. He closed his eyes and drew in the spiritual qi of the world from the outside, while receiving the effects of the pills from the inside. He constantly gathered, absorbed, and converted them. The blue sky was bathed in moonlight. He spat out the spirit turtle's demon core, which spun as it flew into the air and shone with azure light. It expanded and contracted like it was breathing, and a sliver of moonlight was sucked into the demon core. However, his consciousness rapidly sank like a spirit turtle sinking into a bottomless abyss, entering a slumber that would last thousands of years. It was almost a state of nothingness. The spiritual qi of the world constantly surged into his demon core and his body. The part of his body that was usually the most sensitive to the spiritual qi of the world, the Feng Qi acupoint on the back of his head, seemed to have become the perfect entrance. A lot of the spiritual qi of the world directly surged into his yang heel meridian, flowing through his meridians. Originally, this was something that only foundation establishment cultivators could achieve, but this young man who possessed both the human and demon paths had achieved it unconsciously. The extremely pure spiritual qi of the world was something that only powerful cultivators who had truly embarked on the path of cultivation could enjoy, yet it had all flowed into the body of a puny qi practitioner like him. Compared to the spiritual qi of the world, the qi-gathering pills refined from the herbs meticulously gathered by humans were like distillers' grains to fine wine. Li Qingshan's innate method of practicing qi had already reached the 6th layer, reaching the highest level of the 2nd layer. The true qi that could be stored in his yang heel meridian was already full. The 7th stage of the innate method of training of qi naturally appeared in his mind, and he began to circulate it in a completely unconscious state. First, It surged towards the Zhaohai acupoint on his ankle. Due to the lack of Li Qingshan's control, it was unable to condense into a cone to pass through the barrier. It all gathered there, unable to advance. However, with the support of the spiritual qi of the world, the true qi surged over like the tide. Before the first had even subsided, another wave would rise. It did not grow tired of it, nor did it stop. It did not require the support of any pills at all, nor did it consume any of the true qi. It surged towards the Zhaohai acupoint endlessly. Even if it were 100 times, it would not shake the dam at all. But what about 1,000 times, 10,000 times, or 100,000 times? Finally, the dam collapsed, and the true qi surged into the Inheel meridian like a flood. Then it faced the second barrier. Originally, failure at any of the barriers meant that all previous efforts would be wasted, and one would have to start all over again. Therefore, when qi practitioners broke through their meridians and acupoints, they would always prepare as many pills and spirit stones as possible. It was as if they were injecting new water into the river of true qi. However, right now, the river of true qi in Li Qingshan's body was connected to the boundless ocean, and there was an endless amount of spiritual qi of the world. No matter how many times his true qi was blocked by the dam, it would not dissipate. Instead, it would silently proceed, and then another 100,000 times. Extremely slowly and steadily, the acupoints were broken through one by one, reaching the final destination of the Inheel meridian, the Qingming acupoint on his face. The acupoint's owner could not see clearly, so it was named Qingming. Once this acupoint was opened, qi practitioners could see far as if they were near, and small as if they were big. When Li Qingshan opened the Yangheel meridian, this acupoint was the only way. There was no difficulty at all. True qi poured into the Qingming acupoint and connected with the Yangheel meridian. It was like the convergence of two great rivers, forming a wondrous ring. Yin and Yang qi flowed through the meridian endlessly. However, Li Qingshan had no idea about any of this. He had actually broken through to the third layer of qi practitioner unknowingly. Probably no one would believe him even if he told them about this. The wind swept through the tall trees, and a withered leaf could not hold on any longer. It fell from the branch and drifted over the white wall, landing on Li Qingshan's shoulder. A soft, white hand extended over and caught the leaf before tossing it aside. Little and held a broom he had found somewhere and swept the fallen leaves in the courtyard into a pile. The puppet and the iron plate corpse were responsible for scooping up the fallen leaves with a wicker basket and tossing them outside the wall. Thump, thump, thump. There were a few knocks on the door. Little and went over and opened the door. 2 disciples of the proud sword sect unloaded several dozen large food boxes from the carriage and placed them on the stone steps outside. A gentle-looking young man said, "Little sister, this is today's food. Is great hero Nyo still cultivating?" Little and nodded. She seemed rather unaccustomed to this. In the past, it was always Li Qingshan who dealt with these social interactions. Li Qingshan was in a meditative state, so she had to deal with it. She was still very unused to it. The young man had already come a few times. He knew that Little and never spoke, so he did not mind. He said gently, "Do you want me to deliver the food boxes in today?" Little and shook her head. The young man was rather disappointed. He really wanted to see this great hero Nyo, who even his master worshipped like a god, or in other words, treated him like a great enemy. Yu Shuquang did not dare to slight Li Qingshan. As he said, he sent 2 of his trusted disciples to deliver 20 tables of food every day. He had watched these 2 disciples grow up, so they could be regarded as half his sons. He had reminded them countless times about the importance of this matter and the importance of keeping their mouths shut, which only piqued the curiosity of the two young men. However, after coming a few times, all they could do was interact with this silent girl. The other young man said, "Little sister, who are you to great hero Nyo?" Little N was taken aback. Even if she could speak, she would not be able to answer this question. The gentle-looking young man waved his whip, and the carriage entered the forest very quickly, vanishing from sight. Only Little N stood at the entrance alone, tidying up the food boxes. Suddenly, her heart shivered slightly. Chapter 191. Little N opened her mouth. In the carriage, the two of them discussed, "Senior brother, I heard from the gatekeeper that Master Nyo is 9 feet tall and as strong as an iron tower." The gentle young man expressed his doubt. "Is he really that tall? I always feel strange. How can there be a master with the surname Nyo in this world? Why can't someone with the surname Nyo be a master? My surname is Ma. I'm not talking about you. Why are you so anxious? Alas, such a good child. When she grows up, she will definitely be a great beauty. It's a pity that she is mute. How pitiful." The carriage had already traveled a very far distance, far beyond the range that ordinary first-class masters could hear. However, in front of the house, Little Anne, who was moving the food boxes into the door, heard everything clearly. Her face slightly darkened. She put all the food boxes in a secret room with a lower temperature, waiting for Li Qingshan to wake up and eat. However, Li Qingshan did not wake up. She sat alone on the stone steps, facing the autumn wind and falling leaves. She opened her mouth, clenched her fists, and used all her strength to try to say a word. When she recovered her body, she still could not speak. The disappointment on Li Qingshan's face was engraved in her memory. Although he comforted her and said that it was okay, she never wanted to let him down. Therefore, when he was not paying attention, she practiced hard. However, it did not go well. There seemed to be an invisible barrier across her throat, preventing her from making any sound, even a syllable. No matter how hard she tried, she could not break through it. Her voice was taken away by the witch, and it seemed that she would never be able to get it back. Once again, she failed. Once again, her face was full of disappointment. She was so sad that she almost cried. Could it be that the heavens blame me for being too greedy? Since she could already feel his warmth and could stay by his side openly, she shouldn't be asking for more. After a long time, Li Qingshan opened her eyes and shook her head slightly. How did she accidentally enter meditation? Slowly opening her eyes, she saw Little and holding a broom that was taller than her, sweeping the fallen leaves. She smiled slightly in her heart. She was really bored, but also felt a little sorry. He casually asked, "Little, and how long has it been?" Little and was absent-mindedly thinking about what to say when he suddenly heard a familiar voice. He quickly turned his head and said, "E." Li Qingshan stretched lazily and yawned. "What do you mean by ESI?" His eyes widened in disbelief as he pointed at Little and you. It was as if he was the one who couldn't speak. Little and covered her mouth and widened her eyes. She clearly hadn't succeeded. After a few months of hard work, all he lacked was this flash of inspiration. Li Qingshan propped himself up on one knee and gulped. Then he stretched out his hands and spoke as calmly as he could. "Relax. Let's try again." Little and put down his hand, opened his mouth, and said tentatively, "E." The short note seemed to come from the depths of his chest. Like a drop of water falling into a still lake, it rang out with a long, lingering sound. She had a perfect body condensed from the path of white bone and great beauty, and even her vocal cords were the same. Even though it was just a simple note, It was still as pleasant as the strings of a zither. Li Qingshan beamed. Great, let's try again. Little, and also gained a little more confidence. She took a deep breath and said, E. Her long, drawn-out note was like the sound of a phoenix's flute, lingering for 3 days. Li Qingshan took a step forward and hugged her tightly. That's great. I knew you could do it. Little N rubbed her eyes, and tears streamed down her cheeks. Li Qingshan helped her wipe her tears. Don't cry. If you keep crying, I'm going to cry too. He pinched her cheek. Come, come, come. Say something else. Faced with Li Qingshan's hopeful gaze, Little Anne's face turned bright red. Finally, she said, what else? Ugh, Li Qingshan pursed his lips. He did not know whether to laugh or cry. He rubbed her head. Forget it. Take it slow. It's just like cultivating. Speaking of cultivation, he examined his demon core and discovered that his demon chi had grown a little, but it was very little. Even though the spiritual chi of the world was endless, he could only mobilize a small portion of it right now. In comparison, it was much faster to take pills. However, he suddenly noticed something. Why am I in the 3rd layer of Qi practitioner? True Qi flowed freely through his heel meridian without any obstruction. He had originally planned to take a while before he could break through to the 3rd layer of Qi practitioner, but he had actually broken through without realizing it. This was truly a blessing from the heavens. It was rather sudden, and he was rather confused. Little Anne gestured with her hands and feet and babbled as she described what had happened. She had been by Li Qingshan's side the entire time, so she knew the changes to his body very well. So that's how it is. Li Qingshan rubbed his chin. He did not think too much about how he could understand what she was saying at all. Although he could enter a dormant meditative state through the spirit turtle's method of Qi suppression, he would become completely unconscious. He would only wake up when he sensed danger, so he would not be able to ingest pills and walk the path of a regular demon cultivator. As a result, he normally did not use this state. Although the spiritual Qi of the world was like fine wine, there was only a single jug, while Qi gathering pills were like distiller's grains. He could eat an entire vat of them, and as long as he did not run out of them, he could eat as much as he wanted. He could accumulate demon Qi extremely quickly. However, he had never thought that this method of demon cultivation would actually have such a wondrous effect on practicing Qi. When he broke through to the 2nd layer, he still used the traditional method of Qi practitioners. He constantly ingested pills as support to condense true Qi and break through, which exhausted him. In the end, if it were not for Little N's help, he would have almost failed. Now, he broke through after a night's sleep. It was clear who was better with a single glance. With a strange expression, he discovered that using the methods of demons to practice Qi and using the methods of humans to cultivate as a demon was the best choice. Right now, he needed to be like a regular human cultivator, gathering as many pills as he could to accumulate demon Qi. Then, he needed to be like a demon, finding a place to nest and constantly absorbing the spiritual Qi of the world to cultivate true Qi. The 2 diametrically opposed paths could actually benefit and support each other. In the beginning, he felt that practicing both demons and humans was a very arduous task, but looking at it now, it was the exact opposite. Li Qingshan only felt enlightened. He laughed aloud and lifted Little Anne up, twirling her around. I know what I should do now. At this moment, there was a rumble from underground that sounded like thunder, which was picked up by Li Qingshan's sharp sense of hearing. Is it an earthquake? Li Qingshan suddenly felt the ground beneath his feet shaking slightly. Could it be that his stomp had caused some kind of change in the earth's crust? After a while, the tremors subsided. Li Qingshan also did not take it to heart. Today was a day of double happiness, and he was in an extremely good mood. He placed Little Anne on his lap and teased her. After talking for a while, his stomach suddenly growled again. He rubbed his stomach. "Is there anything to eat?" Little Anne took his hand and brought him to the secret room. However, she could not help but be stunned when she saw that all the food boxes had been opened, but the things inside had disappeared without a trace. Li Qingshan smiled and said, "When did you become so good at eating?" Little Anne hurriedly waved her hands and babbled nonstop. Her babbling was like the sound of spring water, extremely pleasing to the ear. As intelligent as she was already very good at using 2 syllables. It was like a Morse code. Coupled with her expressions and movements, she seemed to be able to express all the meanings. Li Qingshan, on the other hand, was like an expert decoder. He could accurately read her meaning and said in astonishment, "There's still a thief who can steal from our heads." When they walked to the other rooms, the rice, flour, and oil had also been swept clean. The jars and jars had been knocked over on the ground. Little Anne was sure that she had not seen anyone come in. Li Qingshan's heart stirred. He immediately went to the entrance of the cave. He had opened and sniffed carefully. As expected, he smelled a strong demonic aura. There were also traces of the ground being turned over. The uninvited guest had just left. Little Anne babbled and analyzed seriously. Li Qingshan agreed. "Yes, I think it's also the work of a demonic beast. Why would a human come to steal food? I wonder which blind demonic beast dared to steal from us." Then he smiled slightly. "You haven't refined flesh and blood for a long time, right? Let's lure it out and make it your dinner to celebrate. Maybe we can even get a demonic core to earn." Little Anne babbled and expressed her worry. Li Qingshan was filled with confidence. "Don't worry, I have a brilliant plan." The sky darkened. The secret room that had originally been emptied was now filled with over 100 jars of fine alcohol. The seals on every single jar were open, allowing the heavy fragrance of alcohol to permeate the surroundings. It suppressed the other smells, such as poison. The alcohol was mixed with various poisons and knockouts that Li Qingshan could find, or more accurately, Yu Shuquang could find. This was the brilliant plan he had thought of. In his past life, he had heard many stories about how fine alcohol could be used to subdue demons and monsters. Li Qingshan and Little Anne waited in the study. Li Qingshan smiled. "What do you think of my plan?" "Aiya." Little Anne raised her thumb to express her admiration. "Ha! It's not that impressive." However, the 2 of them kept watch for half the night and did not hear any movement. Li Qingshan said suspiciously, "Could it be that this guy doesn't like to drink?" Little Anne said, "Yeah. In translation, it was definitely not like that. All the wine in the food box was drunk. Li Qingshan said, "Then let's continue waiting." Before he finished speaking, another tremor came from underground. Li Qingshan's eyes lit up. "This monster is quite big. Let's see how terrifying human intelligence is." He put his ear to the ground and listened to all the sounds coming from underground. All he heard was the sound of wine jars being knocked over and smashed. There were also various other rustling sounds. He waited patiently, waiting for the wine to take effect before he gave the demonic beast a fatal blow. Half an hour later, the sound from underground disappeared. Li Qingshan nodded at Little Anne pressed a switch, and the bookshelf opened, revealing the secret passage behind. Little Anne grabbed Li Qingshan and had the iron plate corpse take the lead. Afterwards, the 2 of them and the corpse rushed into the secret room together. Li Qingshan had already hung his talisman pouch on his waist. There were also a few medium-grade immobilization talismans and all the lightning summoning talismans. He was fully prepared. They rushed into the secret room in a single breath, but when Li Qingshan saw what was inside, his excitement suddenly froze. He grabbed Little and beside him and covered her mouth. He stood where he was, afraid to move at all. P.S. Yaya begging for monthly votes. Chapter 192. Demon General Millipede. Vicious or terrifying demonic beast could make Li Qingshan behave like this. However, what he saw was not a beast, but a person. More accurately, it was a fatty with a fair complexion, lying among the empty jars of alcohol on the ground. His head was smooth and clean, and he wore a pink cloak that revealed his white belly. His body exuded a strong demonic aura and the smell of alcohol. As a result, Li Qingshan made a very simple calculation. What did a demon and a human form equal? Li Qingshan sucked in a deep breath and swallowed the curse he was about to blurt out. The person who had come to eat his food was actually a demon general. He had only seen 2 demon generals in his life, a cat and a rat. Xianyue was doted on by thousands of people. Even the rat was the king of the Black Rat Mountain. It was bossy and majestic. A mighty demon general would be someone on the same level as Wang Pushi in the human world, standing above billions of people. How could he do something as lowly as stealing food? As a result, he had never considered this from the very beginning. Afterwards, he was viciously slapped in the face by the cruel reality. Perhaps he still held a sliver of hope that the poison in the alcohol would take effect. However, the bald demon general's rising and falling belly and his thunderous snoring completely dispelled all of Li Qingshan's hopes. This bastard was not poisoned at all. He was drunk. Li Qingshan and Little exchanged glances. Li Qingshan backed off slowly, and Little controlled the iron plate corpse to back off slowly too. They had originally dug a hole to guard against wolves, but who would have thought that they would make it through a bare hole? They could no longer stay in the manor. Clang! The bald demon general in the pink cloak scratched his belly and knocked over a jar of alcohol. However, it was like a clap of thunder in Li Qingshan's ears. He immediately stopped. Only after a long while did he continue backing off slowly after seeing that there was no more movement. True Qi formed a thick cushion of air under his feet, ensuring that he would not make any sound at all. Under Little Anne's control, the iron plate corpse landed on the ground nimbly. The bald demon general suddenly opened his eyes. In a strange posture, he wriggled and stood up from the ground. First, he stood on his calves, then his thighs, and then his upper body. He looked at Li Qingshan and Little, and with a wooden expression. Li Qingshan only felt a chill rising from the bottom of his feet to the top of his head, and then broke through the sky and emerged. It was a fiendish demon's instinct for danger. He was even more convinced that this demon general was not someone he could deal with in his current state. He waved his hand and threw out 10 talismans, all of which were body-securing talismans. 7 of them were low-grade talismans, and 3 of them were middle-grade talismans. He did not hope to kill the enemy, but only hoped to freeze the demon general in place for a moment, so that he could escape with Little. And the bald demon general did not seem like he had completely woken up from his drunkenness. The 10 talismans were stuck to his entire body with great precision. There was even one on his face. Li Qingshan thought about how lucky he was. At the same time, he stuck a middle-grade Swift Breeze talisman on his leg and immediately rushed out of the secret room. As soon as he turned around, his eyes narrowed, and he came to a sudden halt. The bald demon general was standing right in front of him. Their faces were basically right next to each other. The body-securing talismans on him rapidly melted away until there was nothing left, revealing his wooden face. Only from this angle did Li Qingshan discover that the demon general was not particularly fat. His entire body was round and elongated. As he stood there, he was actually slightly taller than Li Qingshan. He bent over and stared straight at Li Qingshan with his bulging eyes. It was an indescribably terrifying and strange sight. With a thought from little N, he moved his finger, and the iron plate corpse rushed over and grabbed the demon general. Li Qingshan used this opportunity to retreat in a hurry. The bald demon general shuddered, and a pink gas sprayed out from his body. The iron plate corpse that lunged over seemed to have stepped into a pool of sulfuric acid. With a sizzling sound, white smoke rose up from its body. Its tough body, that had been refined from refined metal, was completely corroded away in the blink of an eye. All that was left was a ball of pale red flames, which flew back into Little Anne's hand. The iron plate corpse that could kill sixth-layer Qi practitioners had actually only made a single move, and it had not even extended its hand. Li Qingshan was shocked. He became extremely fearful of the pink gas. The bald demon general moved extremely quickly. There was no pattern to his movements, but he could not escape. However, he could not escape just by running. He unleashed his violent demon Qi and immediately became 10 meters tall, smashing through the ground above him. He grabbed Xiao and tossed her away. "You go first." The pink gas spread over rapidly, enveloping Li Qingshan. Sizzling sounds rang out everywhere in the secret room. Large swathes of the stone floor softened and collapsed. Pitiful Li Qingshan still wanted to use poison against him. Only now did he witness what true poison was. Within the steaming pink gas, an azure, spherical barrier composed of countless hexagons protected Li Qingshan's surroundings, blocking the corrosion of the pink gas. Li Qingshan eased up inside. Fortunately, the defenses of the spirit turtle's profound shell were tough enough. All he needed to think about now was how to escape. With a stomp of his iron hooves, all of his explosive power poured into his hooves. The ground cracked and collapsed inch by inch, and his body of steel creaked. He seemed to use this power to rush into the air. However, the bald demon general assumed an extremely strange posture again. He leaned forward and aimed his bald head at Li Qingshan. His tall body shrank drastically, like a spring that had been squeezed viciously before suddenly loosening up. Li Qingshan only saw a blurry figure smash towards him, 10 times faster than he had rushed into the air. Thump! A large crack appeared on the indestructible spirit turtle's profound shell. Li Qingshan was sent flying horizontally, smashing through who knew how many walls and becoming deeply embedded in the soil. He was filled with shock. Having just achieved the strength of 2 oxen, he had absolute confidence in his strength, but the demon general was actually more than 10 times stronger than him. The bald demon general bounced onto the ground and rubbed his bald head in a daze. Chapter 193. Millipede thought about it seriously. Li Qingshan was nervous. He was afraid that he would say, "Eat you," and that would be the end of him. Fortunately, Millipede said in the end, "Yellow seeds and white seeds." Li Qingshan froze for a moment before realizing that he was talking about millet, rice, and alcohol. This guy was actually a vegetarian. Then he remembered that most millipedes in this world were vegetarians. Of course, most monsters did not care about this. Even if it was originally a goat, after eating grass on the hillside for half its life, after becoming a monster, eating meat and drinking wine was not a problem. This guy was probably too stupid to change his eating habits. "I'll go get it now." Li Qingshan brought little, and with him as he tried to jump into the hole above his head. Wait, Li Qingshan's heart sank, but he heard Millipede say, and colorless water. Water? I meant a bar. I guess. All right, then I'll go get it. As expected, Millipede didn't stop him. He didn't even think of using Little and as a hostage. He urged, hurry, hurry. Li Qingshan jumped out of the secret underground room. The back garden happened to be above the hole, so the house didn't collapse. He ran out with Little and lay down on the ground. He looked up at the dark blue sky and took deep breaths. It felt like he had caught a huge shark. It was too dangerous. Fortunately, the shark wasn't very smart and couldn't leave the water. Otherwise, it would have been fatal. Little and lay down beside him and also looked up at the night sky. Faint clouds floated past, but her expression seemed a little worried. Li Qingshan suddenly sat up and grabbed her by the armpits, making her stand up. Then he scolded, "You're too disobedient. I told you to go first, so go first. Why did you come back?" Shaoan waved his hands and argued in a babbling voice. Li Qingshan glared. "Huh, you just learned to talk, and you're already talking back. You were lucky to be able to help me in the Boundless Mountain, but that doesn't mean you did the right thing. If I say you're wrong, then you're wrong. I'm doing this for your own good." Little Anne was so angry that her eyes turned red. She turned her head away and said nothing. Li Qingshan said, "Don't cry." Little Anne's tears streamed down. Li Qingshan's heart immediately ached. Hardening his heart, he said, "It's useless even if you cry this time. I'll teach you a lesson." Little Anne suddenly raised his head and looked at Li Qingshan with an expression that he had never seen before. His chest heaved up and down violently like a volcano brewing lava. He suddenly erupted and shouted, "Ya, how many times will you leave me behind before you're satisfied?" His voice went from indistinct to clear, his expression mournful and heartbroken. After saying that, he turned around and ran into the house. "You." Li Qingshan was completely stunned, as if he had been struck by a lightning talisman. Little Anne finally said her first complete sentence. This should have been something worth celebrating, but the contents of her words made him feel a slight pain in his heart. Once again, he slumped to the ground, feeling the so-called troubles of growing up. In the large hole in the garden, Millipede asked, "Are you done?" "No," Li Qingshan roared. "Why so loud?" Millipede asked woodenly. "It has nothing to do with you," Li Qingshan roared again. "Just you wait." Oh. For the first time, Li Qingshan realized the seriousness of the problem. Little Anne was slowly growing up. She would definitely become more and more assertive and might even reach the legendary rebellious phase. It was inevitable that there would be friction between a family. No, it should be said that the closer they were to a family, the easier it was to have friction. As the head of the family, he had to consider this point. He had to consider this and pay attention to how he communicated with her. He had to guide her growth, but how exactly should he do it? His mind was a mess again. It was 10 times more complicated than cultivation. So he lay there and thought about many things. He thought about how his parents had treated him and about the education he had listened to on TV in his previous life. Li Qingshan sat up abruptly. "Yes, first of all, we have to communicate as equals." He climbed up from the ground and walked to the door. He raised his hand and knocked on the door, but it was empty. The door suddenly opened, and a petite figure jumped into his arms. Li Qingshan was slightly taken aback before breaking out into laughter. He could sense her attachment to him, so he rubbed her hair. "Sorry, I was being too impressive earlier. I've never thought about abandoning you. I just want to protect you. I also want to protect you." Little N's words were still not very smooth, but her expression was very serious. Her expression was extremely cute, and Li Qingshan was both moved and pitiful. He smiled and said, "Okay, King Little, and this little one has already been blessed by you. Come, give me a kiss." He pushed aside her bangs and gave her a big bite on her smooth forehead. The black iron tower-like demon young man and the petite, fair, and tender girl formed an extremely unique scene. Instead of saying something like "the tiger in your heart sniffs the rose" in a sour tone, it would be better to say "the cow chews on the peony, recklessly wasting God's gift." Little N's face was completely red. She stood on her tiptoes and gave him a light kiss on his face that was as black as the bottom of a pot. Li Qingshan touched his cheek. The warm, soft feeling lingered there, and he could not help but chuckle. In the big hole, Millipede shouted again, "I'm hungry." Li Qingshan curled his lip. "Let's think about how we're going to deal with this big bro." Little N covered her mouth and giggled. Li Qingshan was rather reluctant to leave this secret place of cultivation that he had just constructed, and Millipede did not seem to be very dangerous either. And when he considered Millipede's habits, he seemed to be a docile and harmless insect. After being touched, Millipede would usually curl up into a ball and play dead. At most, he would release some irritating gas or something. Now that he thought about it, the pink gas that Millipede had released was the result of coming into contact with the iron plate corpse. However, it was not some regular irritating gas, but venom that could corrode metal and corrode bone. If the sect came knocking right now, all Li Qingshan needed to do was take them into the hole and collect their corpses. 9th layer Qi refinement, 10th layer Qi refinement. They were all useless in front of a demon general. Even if the sect master came, he would most likely lose against a carapace demon general. After quite a while of consideration, Li Qingshan carried the bamboo basket on his back and arrived in Salt Mountain City with Little, and he found Yu Shuquang. "I'll be leaving for a while. Don't let anyone approach my estate." This was the result of his consideration. Demon generals were far too dangerous. Although they seemed very stupid and could be used as they pleased, it also meant that their actions were unpredictable. But correspondingly, it meant that his actions were unpredictable. If one accidentally angered him, they would meet an extremely miserable end. From a certain perspective, Millipede was even more dangerous than Xianyue in the past. At the very least, Li Qingshan knew what Xianyue wanted. They had even developed feelings for each other. Even if he angered her, she would not kill him. Betting his life on the feelings of an idiot was truly an unwise decision. Before he obtained the power to protect himself, he decided to maintain his distance. "I can't afford to provoke him, but can I just hide?" Yu Shuquang jerked awake. Great Hero Nyo, where are you going?" "That's none of your business." Li Qingshan pondered slightly. Obviously, he was going to provoke someone he could afford to provoke. Yu Shuquang said, "Then go. Go." Before he had even finished speaking, Li Qingshan had already vanished. He kicked up a fierce gust of wind in the room, causing the door to creak. Yu Shuquang was rather reluctant to part with him. The tiger butcher was terrifying, but he was very reasonable and generous. All he had done was buy an estate and deliver food and drink for a few days, yet he had given him 1,000,000 taels of silver and 100 grasses pill. He was an extremely ideal backer. If he could do a few more things for him and exchange them for some pills and medicines, there was a great chance for him to reach the innate realm. He made his way off the bed and took out an envelope from the drawer. He carefully took out the letter inside and read it under the light. His daughter's letter said that she had ingested the legendary innate pill and had already begun practicing qi. The edges of the letter were frayed, and it was obvious that he had read it countless times. But every time he read it, he would reveal a gratified smile. The little girl who held her cheeks and listened to his stories of chivalry had finally grown up and walked ahead of her father. However, after smiling, he felt a sense of loss and worry. The world of Qi practitioners and the world of people of the Jianghu lived in two completely different worlds. In the Jianghu, he was the revered great hero Yu, who was chivalrous and righteous. However, even when he faced the weakest Qi practitioner, he still had to bow and bend his back and deal with him carefully. Only ignorant commoners would treat Qi practitioners like gods. He understood very well that the human heart was just as vicious no matter where it was. He only hated himself for being too used to her admiring gaze and making those chivalrous stories sound too convincing. In the end, that stubborn lass really believed in the path of chivalry. Perhaps he would suffer a great loss if he didn't say anything. When he thought of this, he became so worried that he could not sleep. Sigh, he could not help her at all now. He was not even 40 years old yet, but he felt like he had suddenly aged. He carefully put the letter back into the drawer. His desire to break through to the innate realm was stronger than ever. Starlight shone through the treetops and into the cave, landing on Milliped's dumbfounded face. His eyes widened and his mouth opened wide. He raised his head to look at this rare sight, and his saliva dripped down. It looks like sesame. So slow. Li Qingshan left Salt Mountain City and ran for dozens of li. He found the cave entrance and entered it. He traveled underground and arrived in front of the zombie cave abode. He suddenly stopped and raised his nose to sniff the air a few times. His expression instantly changed. Although it was very faint, he would never forget that familiar scent of cosmetics. Chapter 194. The tiger snake trap smell would always be something that human cultivators overlooked the most. Li Qingshan possessed a sense of smell that was 100 times greater than regular wild beasts, as well as an instinctive sense for danger and killing intent. It was impossible for him to be ambushed so easily. He erased all of his aura and gripped a wind-entwining blade firmly. He prepared all of his talismans and approached the zombie dwelling slowly. His nose constantly sniffed out the lingering scents in the air, doing his best to determine how many people were hiding in the dwelling right now. He had come exactly for the sect, so how could he flee? Of course, if there were too many people, he would retreat, but if there were too few, he would go and kill them. If he worked with little, and he still had quite a good chance against a 9th-layer Qi practitioner. When he finally set foot in the dwelling, it was empty inside. Only the lingering scent gradually drifted away. Why would these great Qi practitioners wait for a junior in the pitch-black underground? However, they only waited for a few days before leaving to search for Wei Yingjia's whereabouts. Li Qingshan was slightly disappointed. As it seemed, he still had to go through some trouble. In the middle of the night, Li Qingshan climbed up the Hawkwolf Guard silently and arrived before his original residence. Sure enough, there was an aura inside, but it was much more powerful than what he had expected. However, there was no mistaking the scent. Qian Rongji had actually broken through to the 5th layer. She was even a little faster than him. He got little and to stand guard outside, as Li Qingshan climbed up the building alone. He pushed open the window and saw Qian Rongji meditating and practicing Qi. She did not seem perverted at all. Instead, she seemed rather solemn. When Qian Rongji heard the sound of the window frame, she immediately grabbed her weapon and talismans, assuming a defensive posture. Afterwards, she was surprised. "It's you," Li Qingshan said. "It's me." Qian Rongji's body relaxed. She did not ask Li Qingshan why his body had changed so drastically. Her eyes lit up. You've reached the third layer. You really are a genius. The first time she met Li Qingshan was only a few months ago. At that time, Li Qingshan was only in the first layer of the aura refining realm. Li Qingshan said, "Your cultivation surprised me even more." Qian Rongji said, "Even a loser has his own way of living, but it's a pity that I can't beat you." Li Qingshan narrowed his eyes and said, "What if you can defeat me?" Qian Rongji smiled and said, "You will know when the time comes." Li Qingshan didn't want to dwell on this topic, so he asked directly, "How's the door?" "Lu, who is in charge now?" "Don't ask me. I was implicated because of Wei Yingjia's disappearance. And now I've been expelled from the family. I've knelt on the ground and begged Grandma for a long time, but it's useless. I've been tested for so long in vain, but I didn't even get to learn a set of martial arts. Don't you think it's pitiful?" Qian Rongji's face was full of bitterness and grievance, as if she didn't kill Wei Yingjia with her own hands. Implicated, Li Qingshan sneered. "Same old rules. If you can lure Grandma Shimen out alone to a certain place underground, then everything related to the door in my 100 treasures pouch will belong to you." Qian Rongji's eyes widened. "You can kill a 9th layer Qi practitioner?" She knew that Li Qingshan had other trump cards, and his strength was at least above the 6th layer, but she didn't expect him to have reached this level. She originally thought that with the speed of her cultivation, it would only be a matter of time before she caught up to Li Qingshan, but at this moment, her confidence suddenly disappeared. Not only did the distance between her and Li Qingshan not shrink, it seemed to be increasing. She knew that this was the only way she could work with Li Qingshan and maximize her own benefits. Only then did Li Qingshan remember that she was already at the 5th layer. She did indeed have the right to become a Black Wolf commander. They had joined the Hawk Wolf Guard together. Before he knew it, she had already reached this step. She really was a woman who could not be underestimated. After leaving behind a talisman for contact, Qian Rongji smiled. "In a month at the very least, or 3 months at the very most, I'll send Grandma Shimen to you." Li Qingshan nodded. He wanted to use this time to ingest the remaining pills and reach the highest realm of strength he could, so that he could increase his chances of victory as much as possible. Once he won, he could use the pills in Grandma Shimen's 100 treasures pouch to maintain his cultivation speed. The deal between the two of them was for a 9th layer Qi practitioner. Then Li Qingshan said, "Oh, right, can you help me identify these pills?" He had obtained several dozen bottles now, containing several high-level pills. However, he had no idea what their effects were or whether they could be ingested. Qian Rongji was from a clan after all. She had learned proper alchemy from Qian Yannian, so she should be able to identify them. As expected, Qian Rongji's eyes lit up as soon as she saw the pills Li Qingshan took out. She listed out the names and effects of all the pills like she was familiar with them. Most of them had similar effects to Pearl Dew pills, so they could be ingested for cultivation. However, there were also 2 bottles of Qi eruption pills that could instantly unleash one's potential, 2 bottles of concealing pills that could conceal one's presence, and 3 bottles of healing pills that could heal wounds. If he did not recognize their effects, it would be a waste to ingest them. In the end, Li Qingshan took out 3 goose yellow pills. And what are these? Although he did not know alchemy, he could feel that the spiritual energy contained in these 3 pills was very special. It was extremely pure, yet exceptionally gentle and calm. It did not seem like pills used for cultivation. Qian Rongji said, "These are innate pills. They are worth much more than Pearl Dew pills, but they are not meant for Qi practitioners." Li Qingshan was very clear about the value of Pearl Dew pills. They were something that countless Qi practitioners fought over. Since these innate pills were not meant for qi practitioners, they were meant for ordinary people. Could it be? Qian Rongji said, "That's right. They are pills that can help ordinary people practice qi. However, it does not have a 100% success rate. It also depends on one's aptitude." Qian Yannian spent a lot of effort to find one for his beloved son. Even after he ingested it, he was still unable to advance to the innate realm. That's why only the big clans would concoct such pills. Li Qingshan understood that if it was not for the fact that they were wealthy and had an endless supply of pills, any qi practitioner would be more willing to exchange for a few pearl dew pills to increase their own cultivation rather than use them to nurture their descendants. He first kept the innate pills and said, "Pick a bottle, consider it as a reward." Without any hesitation, Qian Rongji chose the concealing pill, which happened to be the one that Li Qingshan needed the least. He then kept all the pills and was about to leave. Suddenly, Qian Rongji asked, "Is the child with you?" Qian Rongji said, "I want to see her." Seeing Li Qingshan's hesitation, she took out a bottle of qi gathering pills. Li Qingshan said, "I won't trade her." His calm words sounded like the ringing of a bell in Qian Rongji's ears. The hand that was holding the qi gathering pills suddenly didn't know where to put it. She even felt ashamed of herself. Forcing a smile, she said, "You're all very lucky." Her smile revealed an indescribable envy and jealousy, and even a hint of sadness. Li Qingshan's heart skipped a beat. He called little An in, but she said, "There's no need. You can leave." After Li Qingshan left, Qian Rongji leaned against the window sill, a trace of confusion in her eyes. In her heart, there was an indescribable, extravagant hope that someone would say something like that to her. Just once was enough. But would someone say it? Would she believe it even if he said it? She laughed at herself. In her will, the word trust no longer existed. The unlucky should avoid being too close to the lucky. Otherwise, even this determination would be lost, and there would be nothing left of her. She had long since stopped praying for luck. Kneeling on the ground and praying to the heavens was useless, no matter how many times she tried. Praying to others was also useless. It would only encourage their smiles. Everything had to be won with her own two hands. She looked at her right hand. It was beautiful and fair, with 5 sharp fingers. Her eyes gradually regained their calm, indifferent calmness. The corner of her mouth curled into a cold arc. Her right hand suddenly clenched. Tear the smiles in the sky to pieces. Ha 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 ha. In the proud sword manner, Yu Shuquang looked at Li Qingshan in surprise and joy. "Great hero Niu, you finally returned." Li Qingshan nodded. Yep, I'm back. There's something else I need to trouble you with." Yu Shuquang saw how cautious he was, so he said emotionally, "Feel free to tell me, great hero Niu, whether it's climbing a mountain of blades or plunging into a pot of boiling oil." Li Qingshan interrupted him. "It's not that serious. Prepare 3 items for me and deliver them to the villa." "You mean?" Yu Shuquang could not imagine what items Li Qingshan would ask for. Even if he wanted it, it should not be him. Millet, rice, alcohol. Li Qingshan took out another 1,000,000 taels of silver and slammed it on the table. "That's it." Yu Shuquang was so surprised that his jaw almost fell off. He was asking for regular food from him in such a formal manner. Li Qingshan said, "Prepare some other grains, fruits, and vegetables. The more, the better. Of course, you can't skip the 20 banquets every day either. You have to do this as discreetly as possible. Don't let too many people know about it. Don't worry, great hero Niu. I'll send people to prepare it immediately. I'll have as much as you need." Yu Shuquang patted his chest and guaranteed, As the chief of the Jianghu, even if he could not find anything else, obtaining some food was a piece of cake. Li Qingshan said in a seemingly unintentional manner, "Oh, right, I obtained a few innate pills recently." With that, he turned around and left. The speaker had intentions, while the listener obviously had even more intentions. Yu Shuquang's eyes slowly widened. As a person of the Jianghu, he did not know a lot about the thousands of pills that Qi practitioners possessed. However, there was one that he absolutely had to know about, and that was the innate pill. It was the holy pill that all martial artists yearned for. Who did not want to ascend to the heavens in a single step and set foot in a brand new realm of cultivation? Yu Shuquang wanted it too, and it was not just any random thought. The 3 words that Li Qingshan had casually mentioned were like a carrot tied to the front of a donkey. Even if he knew he would not be able to eat it, he still wanted to give it a try. Not to mention that Li Qingshan had sounded like he could give him one. He immediately gathered a few of his trusted disciples and passed down orders sternly. If it were not for the fact that Li Qingshan had told him to do it discreetly, he almost could not help but carry out this matter personally, so that Li Qingshan could see his performance. The efficiency of a powerful local organization was startlingly high when it began operating. An hour later, the items that Li Qingshan wanted began to arrive endlessly. Catch! Li Qingshan picked up a bag of rice and tossed it into the hole. Millipede extended his hand and tore at it. The crystalline rice flowed out with a rustle. His mouth widened to an exaggerated degree, which made Li Qingshan think of a character in a cartoon. In the blink of an eye, a bag of rice had flowed into his mouth. He smacked his lips. Delicious! Afterwards, he continued to stare at Li Qingshan. Eat more if it's delicious. Once you're full, don't bother me. Li Qingshan casually tossed down another bag of rice. Millipede only cared about eating the rice. He did not have the energy to pay attention to him. Another bag of rice went down his stomach, but he still looked as if he had not had enough. Li Qingshan simply tossed down dozens of bags of rice. The charm of the innate pellet had far exceeded Li Qingshan's imagination. Following that, rice, flour, and all sorts of other foodstuffs were delivered by the disciples of the proud Sword Manor. There were also all sorts of fruits and vegetables, some of which even Li Qingshan did not know the names of. Li Qingshan held a few bags of rice in his arms and a few more on his shoulders. He was like a super dock porter, running back and forth between the front door and the back garden, tossing bag after bag of foodstuffs into the hole. Millipede, who always had a wooden expression, was currently grinning from ear to ear. As a glutton, he saw all sorts of foodstuffs falling from the sky. His mood was similar to that of a money grubber who saw gold and silver coins falling like rain. He was dazzled and did not know what to eat first. Li Qingshan wiped the sweat off his forehead and said to Little, "And keep an eye on things. I'm going to cultivate for a while. Remember not to go into the cave. Be careful that I don't eat you too." Little and obviously did not take these words to heart. He agreed with a smile and squatted by the entrance of the cave, watching Millipede eat. He found it very interesting. In the evening, the 20 tables of food that Li Qingshan had requested arrived. He brought them to the entrance of the cave and sat down. He opened the food box and began wolfing down the food. It had to be said that watching Millipede eat was very appetizing. Li Qingshan ate above the cave, while Millipede ate below. Little and looked down at Millipede and up at Li Qingshan, finding it very interesting. After transforming into a fiendish demon, they could use heaven and earth yuan qi as a substitute for food. Even if they didn't eat for a long time, with the amount of heaven and earth yuan qi a fiendish demon general could absorb, they could still survive even if they cut off their source of food. However, his instinctive appetite would not disappear. It would only grow stronger with time. Humans chose to go without food because there was too much foul air in the 5 grains. It would affect cultivation if it accumulated in their stomachs. However, the cultivation path and constitution of demons were completely different from that of humans. For demons, eating and drinking to their fill was never a bad thing. Their powerful bodies could absorb and digest any foul air. The process of human cultivation was like a sculptor carving an exquisite piece of art. He would carefully choose the most suitable cultivation method and the most suitable pill. Then, he would meticulously divide the cultivation process into many steps and slowly advance towards his goal. He wanted everything to be within his control and constantly improve. Only then would he be able to stand above others and become an immortal. The process of cultivation for demons was like a painter casually painting a landscape. It was rough, bold, and free. The painter was not even the demons themselves, but the creation of the world. It was like a strange rock that had been polished by wind, frost, rain, and snow over thousands of years. It just so happened that it had more characteristics than other rocks and was known as a demon. Milliped's mouth suddenly stopped. He raised his head and looked at Li Qingshan. Snow-white rice dripped down from the corner of his mouth. He said in a muffled voice, "Wine." Li Qingshan was drinking to his heart's content when he noticed Milliped's gaze. He tossed the wine jar in his hand down. "For you." Milliped gulped it down, then asked for more. After tossing down 4 or 5 jars of wine, Li Qingshan had drunk quite a bit as well. In his excitement, he forgot about Little Anne's warning and jumped down the cave with the food and wine. He raised his jar and knocked it against Milliped's, then tilted his head back and drank to his heart's content. Milliped stared at Li Qingshan in a daze. He had no idea what he was doing. When Li Qingshan had drunk half the jar, he seemed to suddenly realize something. He hurriedly drank his wine, looking at Li Qingshan as he drank. However, he still let Li Qingshan finish his wine first and laughed. Milliped was immediately displeased. He shoved a jar of wine into Li Qingshan's hands, then picked up a jar for himself and clinked it against Li Qingshan's jar. He hurriedly opened his mouth and drank the wine. Chapter 196. The sun set and the moon rose. Moonlight shone into the cave, illuminating the 2 men as they drank. One was bald and dressed in pink. The other was built like an iron tower. Alcohol was a wonderful thing that could bring people closer, but it had to be drunk. Li Qingshan was drinking to his heart's content. He sat in the pile of grain, smelling the natural fragrance of the grain and letting down his guard. Drinking with the silly Millipede was more enjoyable than any banquet he had ever been to. There was no scheming or conflict of interest. Eating was for the sake of eating, and drinking was for the sake of drinking. After drinking over 100 jars of alcohol, the 2 men's stomachs bulged, and their eyes became hazy. Milliped's shiny bald head was even more dazzling in the moonlight. Li Qingshan couldn't help but reach out to touch it. "You're not bad. You don't have any bad intentions." "No, you don't have any." Millipede smiled foolishly. "You're good too. Underground. Do you want to go?" Li Qingshan shook his head like a rattle drum. No, I still have things to do. If you want to eat, come find me. It's my treat." Millipede was a bit disappointed, but after hearing Li Qingshan's words, he said yes. Suddenly, his eyes became hazy, and he fell to the ground, snoring like thunder. Li Qingshan laughed and scolded him. "You eat and sleep and eat after you're full. You don't have any distracting thoughts. How enviable." He raised his head and yawned, sinking his body into the golden grains of millet. The mountain of millet collapsed. covering most of his body like a blanket. He also fell into a deep sleep. Little and came down and cleaned up the leftovers. He squatted at the entrance of the cave, keeping watch for Li Qingshan. In a daze, Li Qingshan realized he had become a child again. His small hands and feet, wearing clothes full of patches, he ran wildly through the boundless wilderness, chasing the sun in the sky. Sweat poured down, but he didn't wipe it. His feet were pierced by sharp stones, but he didn't care either. He tripped and fell to the ground. He rolled over and got up from the ground. Without stopping, he stared at the sun in the sky. A huge green mountain blocked his way. He couldn't stop in time and bumped into the mountain. However, it wasn't as hard as he had imagined. An incomparably huge bull had stretched out from the side of the mountain. It looked at him with its moist eyes and said in a booming voice, "What's the rush? It's not like the sun will run away." Startled, he climbed up the back of the ox that was like a mountain ridge and looked at the sun in the sky. The sun really did not run away. He touched his waist and found a bamboo flute. It was rough but familiar. He picked it up and played it. The sun and moon alternated. The warm noon sun hung lazily in the sky, shining its warm light into the cave. Li Qingshan opened his eyes and yawned. He saw that Millipede was still asleep. He had no idea when he would wake up. Leaping out of the hole, he felt refreshed. The autumn scenery in the distant mountains was pleasant, making him feel refreshed and carefree. It seemed like he hadn't felt so relaxed in a long time. Ever since he came to this dangerous place in Jiaping, he was surrounded by enemies and danger at every step. He could only continuously cultivate and break through again. Even when he was sleeping, he would think about how to increase his cultivation and how to deal with his enemies. The string in his heart had been stretched taut, and a lot of fatigue had accumulated in his heart. Even he himself didn't notice it. After drinking to his heart's content and having a great dream, the string finally relaxed. Thinking back to last night's dream, he laughed and said to himself, "Yes, what's the rush?" He took out the long-forgotten flute from the depths of his 100 treasures pouch. The sound of the flute echoed in the autumn mountains. Millipede opened his eyes and listened quietly. From that day onwards, Little noticed that Li Qingshan smiled more often and played the flute more often. He would often pull her along and ask her to teach him how to write, or take her for a stroll in the nearby forest of withered leaves. As they walked, he would suddenly stop and look at Little and with a solemn expression. Little immediately became nervous. She clenched her fists and thought to herself, "It's coming." Li Qingshan's lips quickly opened and closed. "Eat grapes without spitting out the grape skin. Don't eat grapes until you spit out the grape skin." Little hurriedly stammered, "Eat grapes without spitting out the grape skin. Don't eat grapes until you spit out the grape skin." This was a trick that Li Qingshan had come up with to train her to speak. It was called Qingshan, Teach Me Jingles, but now Li Qingshan was completely immersed in seeing her red face and the cute sight of her lisping out the jingle. He reached out and pinched her little face. "That's what you get for laughing at my ugly handwriting." Little turned her head away in annoyance, not letting him pinch her. However, she was in an extremely good mood. Although being obedient did not affect his cultivation, she still yearned for his concern and not to be separated by a stone door. Holy Church! In reality, Li Qingshan did not stop cultivating. He still ate the pills every day, but he was much less nervous now. No matter what he did, he paid attention to the path of relaxation. If he was always tense on a daily basis, it would be easy for him to be overly nervous when something big happened, and his mind would not be as sharp. Moreover, his responsibility was not just to protect her. Before he knew it, more than a month had passed. All the qi-gathering pills had been used up, and the demonic aura on Li Qingshan's body had reached an unprecedented level. There was still no news from Qian Rongji, but he was not anxious. Instead, he began to eat the 100 herb pills. The first snow of the year came very early. When the first snowflake landed on the tip of Li Qingshan's nose, he was staring at Millipede like a tiger watching its prey. He was glaring at Millipede fiercely, while Millipede was looking at Xiao and nervously. More accurately, he was looking at the dice cup in Xiao En's hand. A few wine jars were turned upside down, forming a table. There were bowls of wine on it. Li Qingshan and Millipede sat opposite each other. Little En sat at the side, acting as the dealer. Little En rolled up her sleeves, revealing her lotus-like arms. She smiled and opened the dice cup. Li Qingshan laughed. 15 points, drink. He grabbed a handful of peanuts from the pile of food beside him, peeled them, and tossed them into his mouth. Millipede chuckled, picking up the wine bowl and drinking. Compared to the first time Li Qingshan saw him, he was much more energetic and a little chubbier. Little En picked up a long peanut kernel and said to Millipede, "Does it look like you?" Her words were clear, like the tinkling of spring water or the humming of a zither. The Qingshan will teach you jingles. Homeschooling had achieved initial success. Millipede looked at himself, then at the peanuts, and nodded. "Yes, here." Little En placed the peanut kernel in Millipede's palm. Millipede immediately tossed it into his mouth. "You ate yourself." Li Qingshan was about to say something, but his expression froze. Little En immediately turned to look at Li Qingshan. "Come on." Her jingles were spoken even faster than Li Qingshan's. Li Qingshan smiled at her and took out the messaging talisman. The talisman burned quickly, turning into ashes in the blink of an eye, scattering with the wind. Qian Rongji's message had finally arrived. Li Qingshan stood up abruptly, and so did Millipede. His mouth was wide open, his face full of shock. Li Qingshan pressed down on his shoulder and pushed him back down. "I'm going out to do something. I'll be back soon." Li Qingshan didn't ask for Millipede's help, nor did he plan to use him against the door. He was a great drinking buddy, and that was all. He had to take care of his own business. Li Qingshan and Little, and one big and one small, disappeared from the cave. Little and even turned around and waved at him. Millipede sat there in a daze. Suddenly, he felt a sense of emptiness in his heart. Snowflakes fell into his bowl of wine. He took a bite of his favorite rice, but it seemed to have lost some of its flavor. He scratched his bald head in confusion. In the house, Qian Rongji was deep in thought with a frown. She went through the plan in detail, including how to start, how to deal with the aftermath, and how to escape if they failed. She made sure there were no loopholes. Suddenly, she raised an eyebrow and turned around. "You're finally here." Li Qingshan happened to be standing behind her. Apart from the fact that he still seemed extremely sturdy, he had basically returned to his original state. This was the result of strengthening his cultivation of the spirit turtle's method of sea suppression recently. He saw the unusual black wolf uniform on her with a single glance. "You're a black wolf commander now." Qian Rongji stood up and spun around, showing off. "How is it?" "Not bad, right?" "Not bad." "Thank you. Looks like you've been doing well recently." "It's been all right." They greeted each other like old friends, using fake etiquette to maintain their fragile alliance. Before Li Qingshan could ask, Qian Rongji said, "The fish has already taken the bait. According to your request, I'm only fishing for the west gate." Li Qingshan asked in confusion, "How did you do it?" Luring people out of the door was not difficult, but luring out Grandma Shimen without alerting the other people outside was anything but simple. Qian Rongji did not explain. She gently stroked the black wolf tablet on her waist and smiled. This is my job. It's all up to you now. If I don't get what I want, I won't let it go. As long as you do your job, you obviously don't have to worry about me. With absolute confidence, Li Qingshan adjusted himself to a peak condition. He needed a battle. His relaxed nerves were gradually being pulled taut as his battle intent rose up. Qian Rongji changed the topic. Though, I still have to prepare for the worst. Before we confirm the number of enemies, I'd advise you to hide your presence properly. Li Qingshan narrowed his eyes. Qian Rongji said calmly, no plan is absolutely perfect. Even I can't eliminate all accidents. I don't need to say more about this. Before thinking about victory, think about failure. Of course, even if Qian Rongji did not say it, Li Qingshan would also prepare for the worst and not completely trust her. She said this to clarify that even if something unexpected happened, it was not her who wanted to harm him. Li Qingshan smiled. Anyway, you only have one life. Cherish it. Of course. Qian Rongji also smiled. She knew that no matter what she said, she would not be able to deceive Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan did not expect that the place Qian Rongji chose would be here. He lifted the edge of the bamboo hat and looked at the towering Qian family's mansion. It was normal for her to choose a place she was familiar with. However, she had killed nearly 1,000 people here. Ordinary people would avoid it, but she did not. Everything was the best choice. Li Qingshan came to the other side of the mountain and found a cave entrance in the withered grass and fallen leaves. He entered it and gradually widened. In the end, it became a huge natural cave. Li Qingshan measured the height and even tried to transform. Then he began to make preparations. He constantly observed the cave. First, he pasted 7 talismans on the hidden stalagmite at the top of the cave. Then, he passed the talismans to Little N. Even a lion would use all its strength to catch a rabbit. Moreover, this time, it was an extremely dangerous beast. Chapter 197. You sure cultivate quickly. Grandma Shimen squinted her eyes and studied Qian Rongji. Her eyes were filled with deep doubt. The sacred church. Few young men gathered around Grandma Shimen, massaging her limbs. As they looked at Qian Rongji in the valiant uniform of a Black Wolf commander, they were filled with jealousy. Qian Rongji knelt down and begged. Rongji only obtained the demon's demon core by chance, which is why she's like this. However, it's not a long-term plan at the end of the day. Please accept me back under your wing. Granny, I definitely won't disappoint you. Grandma Shimen gently stroked the face of a handsome young man. If what you said is true, it's not like I can't consider it. Granny does like you very much. She felt extremely delighted to be bowed to by a Black Wolf commander. The handsome young man looked at Qian Rongji arrogantly, as if Qian Rongji was kneeling to him. Qian Rongji was overjoyed. Rongji definitely isn't lying. When I became a Black Wolf commander, I discovered through the informants of the Hawkwolf Guard that Li Qingshan had once appeared in ancient Wine City with that child. I specially sent people to investigate, and we only found where he was hiding after great difficulty. Not only does he possess the zombie Taoist's 100 treasures pouch, but it's very likely that Zhuojibua and the other Hawkwolf guards were harmed by him too. He possesses wealth worth several thousand spiritual stones, at the very least. Granny definitely won't be disappointed. This was her scheme. If a measly Qi practitioner possessed great wealth, and another powerful Qi practitioner learn about it, they obviously would not contact their companions. Instead, They would find a way to keep the wealth for themselves. Just when Grandma Sheeman's wrinkled face blossomed into a smile, an old voice rang out from outside. "Old woman, how could you forget about your younger sister when you have such great benefits?" Grandma Sheeman's expression suddenly changed, while Qian Rongji's heart sank. It was Grandma Dongmen's voice. The East Gate granny leisurely walked in, a delighted smile on her face. Grandma Sheeman and Grandma Dongmen had always been enemies. They paid attention to each other's movements at all times. As soon as Grandma Sheeman left the prefectural city, Grandma Dongmen sensed her. Suspicious, she tailed her silently. "The people who pay the most attention to you are not your friends, but your enemies." Grandma Dongmen ignored Grandma Sheeman's gloomy face and said to Qian Rongji, "Qian girl, take us there quickly. That guy is very alert. We can't listen to someone's stupid idea and waste a few days." The Great Wall. Qian Rongji looked at Grandma Sheeman awkwardly. Grandma Sheeman said with a calm face, "Let's go." Since things had come to this point, it was useless to be angry. She could only take it as a comeback for this old thing. The three of them arrived in the mountains behind ancient Wind City and stopped outside a pitch-black cave. Qian Rongji said, "Grandma, Li Qingshan should be hiding in there." "Lead the way." "Yes." The blow from the failure of her plan did not throw her off balance, nor did she reveal any openings. She planned carefully. As long as she could prove that Li Qingshan had indeed appeared in ancient Wind City, the two old women should not vent their anger on her too much. And before she left, she specially told the Eagle leader she trusted that she was going to ancient Wind City with them to investigate the disappearance of Hawkwolf guards. It was basically a protective talisman. If she did not succeed once, there would always be a next time. As long as she kept trying, there would always be a time when she would succeed. Following the winding path, he continued forward until he reached the huge cave. Qian Rongji's expression suddenly changed drastically. She almost cursed aloud. Li Qingshan did not hide his presence. He just sat down on a boulder and meditated casually. Grandma Sheeman and Grandma Dongmen walked past her. Grandma Dongmen even patted her shoulder and said, "Well done." She did not notice her pale face. Qian Rongji said with some difficulty, "Please capture that Li Qingshan, grannies. I'll wait outside for now." Grandma Sheeman nodded without minding it at all. She only looked at Li Qingshan. "Go wait in the carriage. We'll be out very soon." Grandma Dongmen's eyes lit up. "Old woman, go easy on him. It's rare to see a child as strong as him. Let me try the vitality-devouring technique again." The vitality-devouring technique. Grandma Sheeman's heart skipped a beat. She glanced at Qian Rongji's back in thought. Qian Rongji sensed the sword-like gaze sweep past her, but she did not move faster. Holy Church Grandma Sheeman suppressed her suspicions. She turned around and scolded, "I knew you're going to be horny. I'll give this kid to you. I'll take 10% more of his belongings." Grandma Dongmen agreed, with a creepy smile. She looked at Li Qingshan with an extremely greedy expression. "But don't suck it dry. We still have to ask about Ingjia's whereabouts and that beautiful child." Grandma Sheeman looked around. She could not find little, and didn't Wei Zhongyuan ask Ma Bai to do the divination? That unlucky child is probably dead. The murderer should be in the north. It's most likely this kid. Qian Rongji's heart trembled. There was actually such an exquisite divination technique in the world. If it was not for Li Qingshan, she would have been exposed long ago. She made her way out of the cave in a single breath. As if she was exhausted, she leaned against the stone wall and sat down slowly. She slammed the wall viciously, leaving behind a deep handprint. If Li Qingshan were captured, then the matter of her killing Wei Yingjie would definitely be exposed. She would have to face the wrath of a 10th layer qi practitioner, or even the entire sect. The Hawkwolf Guard could not protect her, nor would they protect her. All she could do now was flee immediately. The further she fled, the better. However, the world was so vast, so where could she run to? She could only flee underground, like Li Qingshan. Why didn't Li Qingshan flee? Look at that woman. No matter how high her cultivation is, she's like a dog. The carriage stopped nearby, in an empty clearing with sparse vegetation. A few handsome young men gathered together, pointing at the disheveled Qian Rongji. "You're the dogs." Qian Rongji glanced at them scornfully. The young men were stunned. The youths were stunned. One of them angrily said, "You actually dare to talk back?" Another sinisterly said, "Just because of this sentence, Granny can cut you into 1,000 pieces." They were relying on the West Gate Granny, a big tree. Normally, no one would dare to say even half a word of complaint to them. Qian Rongji smiled. "But the old granny isn't here right now." She walked over with her water-splitting barb. Even if she was fleeing, she had to drag a few of them down with her. What are you trying to do?" The young men were fearful. They backed away slowly, turning around and fleeing towards the carriage. Qian Rongji swung her hand, and there was a flash of light. All 8 of their legs were severed at the base. The horse neighed a few times uneasily and raised its hooves. Qian Rongji glanced at it, and it immediately quietened down. However, there were some who couldn't calm down. A few young men were rolling on the ground, screaming in pain. Qian Rongji skillfully stopped their bleeding. She channeled a stream of innate qi into each of them so that they could stay awake and not faint from the pain. They could enjoy the torture. "You bitch, Granny will definitely kill you. Just you wait." "Ah!" The young man in red cried and cursed. The water-splitting barb slashed across his face, cutting off his nose and completely destroying his handsome face. Qian Rongji patted his bloody face. "I hope your granny will continue to love you, ugly, noseless ghost." The other 3 young men didn't dare to curse anymore. They looked at Qian Rongji with fear and resentment. Their beautiful faces were the most important thing to them. They might be able to recover if their legs were cut off, but once their faces were destroyed, they would completely lose their granny's love. Then shrill screams like those of evil spirits resounded in the forest. Qian Rongji cut off another 3 noses and crushed them, cutting off all their hopes. She didn't choose to run away. Instead, she faced the cave not far away and sat down amidst the screams. If Grandma Shimin came out and saw her beloved gigolo in such a state, she would definitely tear her into pieces. However, she had completely calmed down. She knew what kind of person Li Qingshan was. Since he didn't run away, he must be confident that he wouldn't run away. Since he dared to fight, why wouldn't she? At worst, she would just die. Having come this far, she had already disregarded life and death. She would never take a step back. Qian Rongji's guess was right. Li Qingshan was indeed fighting. When he smelled 2 scents entering the cave, he knew that there was a problem with the plan. However, it shouldn't be Qian Rongji's plot. If she wanted to harm him, she could have summoned all the people in the clan. If it was just Grandma Shimin, he was confident that he could win. However, if Grandma Dongmen was added to the mix, his chances of winning would fall to less than 70%. If he didn't dare to fight when he had 70% confidence, could he still be considered a man? Therefore, he didn't hide. Instead, he sat there and adjusted every inch of his body to its best state. He was like a ferocious tiger preparing to hunt, quietly waiting for the prey to approach. Li Qingshan glanced at the pale-faced Qian Rongji and confirmed his conjecture. When he heard how the two old ghosts spoke again, they basically treated him like a piece of meat on a chopping block. As he moved, his murderousness rose up. Grandma Shimin looked at Li Qingshan, who was sitting still, and said strangely, "This brat isn't running away? He must be scared silly. Don't be afraid. Good boy. Grandma won't hurt you." Grandma Dongmen smiled coquettishly as she used her arts of charm. No matter how impressive body-tempering arts were, it was still a piece of cake for her, with her strength as a third-layer qi practitioner. Grandma Shimin sneered. She knew that the arts of charm were not very effective against Li Qingshan, but she purposefully did not warn Grandma Dongmen. She was waiting for her to make a fool of herself. Li Qingshan laughed aloud, shaking up the entire cave. The spirit turtle's demon core bobbed up and down in his body, suppressing all stray thoughts. Grandma Dongmen was surprised. "What are you laughing at?" Li Qingshan stopped laughing. Chapter 198. I've trained before. In addition to the 5 elemental energies, there were also yin and yang energies, which were collectively known as the mysterious yin energy and the mysterious yang energy. This sect cultivated both yin and yang energy. Men cultivated the mysterious yang energy, and women cultivated the mysterious yin energy. Their energies were black and white, and when cultivated to the extreme yin energy gave birth to yang energy, and the extreme yang energy gave birth to yin energy. Please bear in mind that not only is this not an evil technique, it is an orthodox Taoist technique. The yin and yang qi were ever-changing, and the cultivation methods they produced surpassed the true qi of the 5 elements. Moreover, their attributes varied greatly. The zombie Taoist practiced profound yin true qi, but his profound yin true qi was only for refining and nurturing corpses. It did not have the ability to bewitch people or steal their essence. Li Qingshan was secretly shocked. The Xian yin qi had never been known for its ferocity, yet it could have such an effect. 9th-layer qi practitioners were indeed not easy to deal with. Suddenly, a shadow enveloped Li Qingshan. A giant black hand viciously grabbed at him. Grandma Shimin opened her right hand and said gloomily, "Let's see where you can run to this time." "Why should I run?" Li Qingshan said proudly. He spread his hands apart and took out the cursive sword calligraphy. Incomparably pure, true qi surged madly into it, and the strokes were like blades and swords, lighting up one by one. The last time he tried out the cursive sword calligraphy was in Qingyang City. The innate method of practicing qi was only at the 2nd layer, but now that he had reached the 7th layer, his true qi had increased by more than 10-fold. A total of 21 strokes lit up on the cursive sword calligraphy, stabbing into the black hand. Sword qi shot out, and the black hand disintegrated inch by inch. A top-grade spiritual weapon. Grandma Shimin was shocked and shouted, "Black mud vortex!" The thick black, true qi formed a huge vortex in front of her. It spun at high speed, as if it wanted to swallow everything. This was the strongest protective spell that Grandma Shimin knew, and she was confident that it could withstand the bombardment of any qi practitioner's spells. 21 strands of sword qi pierced into the black vortex at the same time, and the vortex immediately stirred. Grandma Shimin's face was solemn. She operated the spell with all her strength, and the black mud vortex rotated at an extremely fast speed, shattering and annihilating the 21 sword qi. With a roar, the genuine qi vortex collapsed. Grandma Shimin lowered her body, and a sword light flashed past her shoulder, bringing out a splash of blood. Li Qingshan immediately took out a piece of spirit stone. The pure heaven and earth essence qi slowly flowed into his body through his palm, and his true qi quickly recovered. He was also shocked. Originally, he only wanted to block the attack of the big black hand and take the opportunity to escape. He didn't expect the cursive sword 9 astronomy. Advertisement for Jonwon words. TXT download, Supreme Spiritual Weapon. Grandma Shimon's expression changed drastically. This cursive sword calligraphy wasn't complete, so even Grandma Shimon couldn't determine its rank. She only knew that it was extraordinary. Her embarrassment turned into anger, and she also felt extremely greedy. "This thing is mine, old woman. Don't fight with me." Grandma Dongman's eyes lit up. She closed her eyes, held a spell with both hands, and chanted. The profound Yin True Qi all returned to her side, and it surged like black water, as if it was alive. A sense of danger rose in Li Qingshan's heart. It must be an extraordinary spell for a level 9 Qi practitioner to spend so much effort to prepare. But instead of retreating, he advanced, holding the wind-entwining saber with a backhand. The acupoints under his feet produced a cushion like true qi, and he stepped on the stone wall as if he was walking on flat ground. He took 7 steps in a row and jumped above Grandma Dongman's head. With a flash of cold light, the wind-entwining saber was unsheathed with a clang and slashed down with the momentum of splitting a mountain. Grandma Shimon's spell had just been broken, and she couldn't save him in time. Or rather, she didn't want to save him at all. She had just made a fool of herself in front of Grandma Dongmen, and she certainly had to make up for it now. She just stood by and watched, thinking, this kid's body refining technique is really powerful. Together with that supreme spiritual weapon, if he suddenly attacks, maybe even a level 6 Qi practitioner will fall into his trap. Grandma Dongmen suddenly opened her eyes, clenched her hands, and pointed at Li Qingshan with her index and middle fingers. Snake-binding curse. The black, true Qi turned into thousands of pitch-black snakes and swarmed up, but the momentum alone was enough to frighten ordinary people. The wind-entwining saber was entangled by dozens of black snakes, and it couldn't move an inch forward as if it was stuck in a swamp. His body was also entangled by layers of snakes, leaving only a human shape. Li Qingshan focused his mind and put all his strength on the wind-entwining saber. His eyes passed through the black, true Qi and stared at the top of Grandma Dongmen's head, and he shouted, "Break!" His arms suddenly expanded violently and turned green. The demonic energy broke through the black snake's restraint, and he slashed down violently. Grandma Dongmen, who had just put on a complacent smile, suddenly froze. Grandma Shimon also noticed that something was wrong. She took out a small crimson needle. Although the needle was small, it was very bright. It turned out to be a superior-grade spiritual weapon. There weren't many superior-grade spiritual weapons in the first place, and needles were even rarer, so it was more difficult to refine. Once it was refined, it would be extremely powerful. Not only was it extremely fast and stealthy, but it could also break through all protective true Qi and spells. In a fight, it could instantly kill a Qi practitioner without a protective spiritual weapon. The flying needle pulled out a thin red line and almost reached first, stabbing at Li Qingshan's head. One of the skull prayer beads flew over and hit the flying needle. The other turned into a huge skull and bit at Grandma Shimon. Little and rushed out of the floating soil and jumped out of the darkness, stabbing at Grandma Dongmen's back. 3 talismans were stuck on her hands, feet, and sword, increasing her speed, strength, and lethality to the highest level just to launch this fatal attack. Li Qingshan pretended to be weak in order to find an opportunity to form such a killing momentum. If he could kill one of the grannies first, he would definitely win this battle. Layers of light emitted from Grandma Dongmen's body, enveloping her whole body. The saber slashed and the sword stabbed, making two loud bangs. The light trembled, but it didn't break. Li Qingshan and Little N took advantage of the counterforce and jumped back lightly. A nick appeared on each of the saber and the sword. They both felt regretful. Grandma Dongmen had an extremely powerful protective spiritual weapon. The East Gate Granny shrieked and flew to the side. It had been many years since she had experienced such a life-threatening crisis. If she hadn't spent a large sum of money to buy a middle-grade spirit artifact, the luminous heart-protecting mirror, she would have almost died a violent death. When she looked at the luminous heart-protecting mirror again, she saw two deep marks on it, and its spiritual energy had been greatly reduced. She was both shocked and furious. Looking at Li Qingshan, he was already 3 meters tall. His body was as black as iron, and there were 2 horns protruding from his forehead. His red hair hung down to his waist. She shouted, "There's something wrong with this kid. Attack with all your strength." She raised her hand, and a comb flew out of her sleeve. It expanded in the wind and flew toward Li Qingshan. The comb was shining with spiritual light. It was also a high-grade spiritual weapon. She didn't expect this kid to be so difficult to deal with. Even the beautiful child was very strange. But she believed that as long as they were serious, Li Qingshan would definitely be no match for 2 ninth-layer aura refining cultivators and 2 high-grade spiritual weapons. However, she saw Li Qingshan take out a talisman. She could tell at a glance that it was a mid-grade thunder-summoning talisman. She sneered in her heart. It wasn't a thunderstorm, so this mid-grade thunder-summoning talisman couldn't even penetrate her protective true qi. She was sure that Li Qingshan had exhausted all his tricks. Li Qingshan smiled slightly. His killing move wasn't over yet. The thunder-summoning talisman was activated, but it did not strike Grandma Dongmen. Instead, it turned into countless tiny bolts of electricity, illuminating the pitch-black cavern. It also illuminated the 8 talismans Li Qingshan had stuck on them. The electricity flowed through them. The 8 talismans were activated at the same time, forming a scorching bolt of lightning as thick as a water bucket. It struck Grandma Dongmen in the air. Her weak, protective true qi was unable to stop it at all. It was pierced in a single stroke, and her radiant heart-protecting mirror shattered immediately. She shrieked out and fell out of the air as smoke rose from her body. What a vicious kid! Grandma Shimon's face darkened when she saw this. Deep wrinkles appeared on her face. She used a high-grade golden shell talisman to block the skulls that spewed flames. At the same time, she controlled the flying needle to stab Li Qingshan again. It was both swift and urgent. Even the skull prayer beads were unable to catch up. Li Qingshan's face narrowed. He expanded to 10 meters tall and extended his hand to grab the out-of-control comb. He released the spirit turtle's profound shell. With a clang, the flying needle stabbed into the spirit turtle's profound shell and became stuck, unable to advance any further. Grandma Shimon was surprised. Her flying needle had actually failed to penetrate the protective technique. When she looked at Li Qingshan's terrifying figure again, an idea flashed through her head. She cursed aloud, "This is that little bitch's trap." At the same time, Little N arrived before Grandma Dongmen and stabbed down with his sword, giving her no time to catch her breath. With a clang, the sword landed on a patch of golden light. At that critical moment, Grandma Dongmen stuck a high-grade golden shell talisman on herself. High-grade talismans were extremely precious. They were reluctant to use them unless they had no other choice. Little N was emotionless. The hidden blade stabbed down like a storm. His arm had basically become a blur, and the golden light receded bit by bit. Grandma Dongmen was surprised, but she did not panic. She used the opportunity to ingest a healing pill and held a spiritual stone in her hand, recovering her true qi. She was charred all over, but just a few lightning summoning talismans were not enough to kill her. She was utterly furious, powering the spiritual comb desperately. The spiritual comb in Li Qingshan's hand trembled, but how could it rival his strength of 2 oxen? Just when he smiled, there was a sudden flash of light, and several dozen blades of light shot out from the teeth of the comb. They were no weaker than the sword Qi, from the cursive sword calligraphy. They were all there, unavoidable, and he could not block them with the spirit turtle's profound shell. Clang, 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 clang. There was a series of metallic clangs as the blades of light landed on Li Qingshan's chest. Blood sprayed everywhere. Little, and did not even look at it. His attacks became even more violent. The thin hidden blade could not be used anymore, becoming riddled with cracks. Grandma Dongmen's golden shell talisman had been weakened to the limit as well. It was on the verge of shattering. Several dozen terrifying wounds crisscrossed on Li Qingshan's body. Some of them were bone deep, but none of them were fatal. Wounds like that were nothing to demons. With a surge of demon qi, the wounds closed up rapidly and vanished. Grandma Dongmen's complacent smile froze on her face. Impossible. Even demons can't have such tough skin. Little did she know that after Li Qingshan achieved the second layer of the Ox Demon's Fist of Great Strength, his Ox Demon forges, its hide had reached a new height as well. I've practiced it. As soon as Li Qingshan said that, he arrived before Grandma Dongmen and threw a punch. Chapter 199. The golden armor talisman was broken. A mysterious smile appeared on Grandma Dongmen's burnt face. She was holding a talisman between her skinny fingers. Huh! Li Qingshan was startled and felt that something was wrong. The talisman was activated. Cold light bloomed, and cold air spread everywhere. Ice crawled up Li Qingshan's arm from his fist and sealed his whole body. His fist moved forward with difficulty, but it finally stopped in front of Grandma Dongmen. Li Qingshan's huge body turned into a big ice cube. His face was still full of shock. The terrifying murderous aura that almost suffocated Grandma Dongmen was also frozen in an instant. Little, and was not spared either. He was sealed in ice and could not move. Li Qingshan was not the only one who had a trump card and a trump card. Grandma Shimin sneered. You are finally willing to use this supreme-grade cold wave talisman. She knew Grandma Dongmen had this trump card, so she usually gave her some leeway. Today, she was finally forced to use it. She could not help but feel happy. The East Gate Granny had survived, but her face was filled with sorrow. Who knew how much effort she had put into cultivating for a century before she managed to accumulate a supreme-grade talisman. This was a true talisman that could save her life. Even if she killed Li Qingshan, it probably would not be enough to make up for her losses. She thought fiercely. If she knew this would happen, she would not have come. Wouldn't it be better to let this old man die in the trap? She looked at Li Qingshan again. Her eyes were full of hatred. She wanted to skin him, break his bones, and torture him to death. Grandma Shimin looked at Little and sighed, It's a pity for this child. Otherwise, we could erase his original memory and control him with the mind-bewitching spell. We would have one more powerful weapon in our sect. The effect of the cold wave talisman was not only to freeze, but also to freeze the body and destroy the meridians. It was almost equivalent to a strike from a Foundation Establishment realm cultivator, and it was impossible to survive. Grandma Dongmen said, This child is very strange. It's good that he's dead. This Li Qingshan is actually a monster. How could he hide his monstrous qi? So well, he could even pretend to be a qi practitioner. In the blue and white ice, Li Qingshan's eyes suddenly turned. Holy Church Grandma, Dongmen exclaimed. He's not dead yet. Do it now, or we'll all die here today. Grandma Shimin was also shocked. How could this be possible? Thump, thump, thump. Li Qingshan's heart beat like a war drum, faster and faster. His blood vessels expanded, his muscles bulged, and he let out a soundless roar. Crack, crack. Cracks appeared on the ice. Grandma Shimin didn't dare to be careless. She controlled the flying needle and stabbed Li Qingshan's heart with her other hand. She also held a supreme-grade spiritual talisman in her other hand. Suddenly, a streak of golden light shone, dazzling her eyes. Little and turned his frozen flesh and blood back into blazing flames. He stuck a spiritual talisman onto his white bones. It was a high-grade strength talisman of Vajra. A huge golden humanoid broke out of the ice. It had complete facial features and wielded a golden sword. Its effects were definitely not something an inferior spiritual talisman could compare to. At the core of the golden humanoid was a tiny white skeleton. As it was illuminated by the golden light, it actually faintly shone with a golden hue, giving off a hint of Buddhist aura. It turned around and glared at Grandma Shimin, vaguely giving off the feeling of a Vajra's glare. Grandma Shimin's expression froze. Her mind was shaken, and she was taken aback. She had always cultivated the arts of charm to affect the minds of others, so her mind was naturally powerful. At this moment, she was actually intimidated instead. The path of white bone and great beauty resonated with the strength talisman of Vajra, unleashing unimaginable might. The Vajra warriors were the protectors of the Buddhist kingdom. Even if they were tainted with a sliver of their spirituality, they were definitely not something that any Qi practitioner could withstand. Both their strength and mind would be suppressed. The Vajra glared furiously, subduing the 4 demons. The Bodhisattva lowered his eyebrows, showing mercy to the 6 paths. There was no way little and would let go of such an opportunity. He strode towards Grandma Shimin. The white bones were emotionless, but the Vajra was even more furious. He raised the golden sword high and swung it down with the power to slay all evil. Holy Hall, the threat of death, brought Grandma Shimin back to her senses. The golden sword was already inches away from her. She screamed and cast a technique. Profound true Qi surged out of her body and formed a protective barrier of true Qi. She made up her mind and also took out a supreme-grade spiritual talisman. She hesitated for a moment, wondering whether she should retreat immediately or activate that supreme-grade spiritual talisman. Whoosh! The Vajra slashed through the protective barrier of true Qi and severed her hand that held the supreme-grade spiritual talisman. Grandma Shimin clutched her severed arm and cried out in retreat. She wanted to use her true Qi to retrieve the talisman, but the Vajra grabbed the talisman with one hand, causing her true Qi to miss. Then it slashed down a second time. She did not dare to stay any longer. She cast a technique to increase her speed and ran out of the cave. However, when she looked up, she saw that Grandma Dongmen was even ahead of her. She could not help but curse in her heart. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. Boom! The ice shattered and shot out. Li Qingshan broke out of the ice and shouted, "Where do you think you're going?" He took a step forward and cast the Ox Demon Trample. A crack spread from the soles of his feet and quickly caught up to Grandma Dongmen. However, the target was not her. Smoke and dust rose everywhere. The cave collapsed and completely sealed the cave. Grandma Dongmen had just turned around and did not even have the time to speak. The tiger demon roared and released endless sound waves and wind blades. They swept over and pushed her against the stone wall. Before she could slide down, Li Qingshan caught up. A punch landed on her body. Black mud vortex. Under such circumstances, Grandma Dongmen was still able to cast a technique and offset most of the force. However, she still spat out a mouthful of blood. However, in an instant, Li Qingshan threw out 100 punches and shattered the black mud vortex. He smashed her whole body into the stone wall and turned her into meat paste. When Li Qingshan turned around, he saw that little and was chasing Grandma Shimen in all directions. With the sharpness of her flying needles, she actually pierced through the golden body. Apart from 2 or 3 superior-grade talismans that caught Li Qingshan's attention, the others were not worth mentioning. There were only 2 spiritual artifacts, but the difference of 1 grade was at least 10 times the value. Just these 2 superior-grade spiritual artifacts, the Scarlet Flying Needle and the Spiritual Comb, were worth more than the sum of all the spiritual artifacts that Li Qingshan had obtained, apart from the cursive sword calligraphy. Apart from this, there were not many spiritual stones, only a few dozen. They must have used all their wealth on the supreme-grade talismans, superior-grade spiritual artifacts, and the purple spiritual pill. Li Qingshan hugged Little and rubbed his hair. He smiled and said, "We're rich." He gave Little and 100 treasures pouches each. Little and said, "We're rich." Li Qingshan took out 100 herb pills and meditated on the spot for a while, recovering his true qi and demonic qi to their peak state. Only then did he raise the wind-entwining saber and open up the cave again. When he and Little and came out of the cave, they saw Qian Rongji sitting on the empty ground not far away. They couldn't help but be surprised. "You didn't leave?" Qian Rongji smiled and said, "I haven't even gotten the things I wanted. How could I leave just like that?" She had a calm expression on her face, but she was actually very nervous. Only now did she relax. She was even more shocked by Li Qingshan's strength. He had actually killed 2 9th-layer Qi practitioners. Although this cultivation technique focused on bewitching the enemy's mind and couldn't be considered good at fighting, the strength of a 9th-layer Qi practitioner could not be faked. In her eyes, Li Qingshan became more and more mysterious and unfathomable. She then looked at Little and who seemed to be filled with mystery. She couldn't help but sigh. This child was still so clean. You're tuning in to the Mystic Fist YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.